Mayor, do you know if we have any luck?
That I don't. I haven't heard a word.
Okay, fingers are crossed.
So Ashley, according to my phone, it is now 4:30, am I correct?
You are correct, Mr. Mayor.
All right, then why don't we call to order the regular meeting of this Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council for September 7th, 2021. Ashley, could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron.
Here.
Councilmember Ferlito. It doesn't look like Councilmember Ferlito is here with us yet. Do you want to hold off on roll call, Mr. Mayor, until she arrives, or continue on? And I can amend that.
Let's continue on and we'll amend.
Councilmember Tice.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Here.
Mayor Potter.
Yeah.
All here except for Councilmember Ferlito at this moment in time.
All right. Given the fact that the calendar was scheduled with the intention that we'd be live and in person, we'll forego the Pledge of Allegiance for this evening. Move on then to extraordinary business, which is presentation. The Jacob Harks proclamation for this, proclaiming September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Jeff, I think you were going to be good enough to read this.
Yes, hold on one second, please.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you doing this. You know, I have a hard time with this since my sister died of cancer.
Mayor, it looks like Karen's on the call.
Karen?
I'm in.
I let the record note that then Councilman Ferlito has now joined and we have a full complement of the council. Thank you.
All right, so this is a city council proclamation, a proclamation of the city council of the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea declaring September 2021 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. Whereas the character of our community is revealed in how we treat our most vulnerable, and whereas each year, 1 in 190 children in our community will be diagnosed with cancer, and whereas cancer remains the leading cause of death by disease among children, more than asthma, diabetes, cystic fibrosis, congenital anomalies, and AIDS combined, and whereas during the COVID-19 crisis, Jacob's Heart has been keeping medically fragile children and families housed, fed, and emotionally supported by steadfastly adhering to the following commitments. 1, parents of children with cancer and other serious illnesses will be relieved of financial fears and will be able to focus on their children. 2, no child undergoing intensive treatment in our community will be homeless. 3, families of seriously ill children will not experience food insecurity during and after the pandemic. And 4, no seriously ill child in our community will ever miss a medical appointment because of lack of transportation. And whereas Jacob's Heart holds the memories and honors the legacies of hundreds of children from our local community who have been lost to cancer, ensuring that their memories will never be forgotten. And whereas the oncology department at Lucille Packard Children's Hospital at Stanford has worked closely with Jacob's Heart for the past 23 years as a trusted community partner in providing family-centered care that addresses the emotional, practical and financial struggles of families of children with cancer in Carmel-by-the-Sea. And whereas it is important for all of Carmel-by-the-Sea's residents to recognize the impact of pediatric cancer on families within our community and honor the lives of children in our community whose lives have been cut short by cancer. Now, therefore be proclaimed that I, Dave Potter, Mayor of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea, on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of Carmel, hereby declare September 2021 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea, do hereby honor Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services for outstanding support to our community and acknowledge the organization contributions to Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Signed, David Potter, Mayor.
Thank you, Jeff. I really appreciate that. Haley Brown, did you wish to speak to this tonight?
Hi, yes, thank you so much for having me tonight and for sharing about Childhood Cancer Awareness Month and Jacob's Heart. During COVID, and especially with the emergence of Delta, we've realized that now more than ever, the families and the children that we serve need the full support of ourselves and of our community. So thank you so much for taking the time to acknowledge the great work that we've all been able to do together in supporting the most vulnerable throughout this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you for all you've done. Much appreciated. Jeff, again, thank you for reading it. All right, why don't we move on then to public appearances, an opportunity for any member of the public to speak on an item that is not on tonight's calendar. There's a 3-minute limitation on that testimony. If you'd state your name for the record, I would appreciate it.
This is Carol Hall. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Carol Hall, speaking as a long-term resident of Carmel. I know you have a huge agenda to deal with today, so I'll keep my comments brief. A number of us realized a few months ago that the vast majority of residents of Carmel are a silent majority, distressed with losing the traditional designs of both commercial and residential buildings. So we felt the need to start a village preservation committee. What is that? The mission statement of the group is to safeguard the architecture of Carmel-by-the-Sea, a quaint village in the woods, for those who live and visit here for future generations. We started by going to the post office and collecting signatures for our cause. We now have signed petitions and Facebook supporters totaling 340 Carmel residents and some visitors so far. We could gather many more. It was fast and easy to collect the 340 because we found very enthusiastic support. The primary goal of the Village Preservation Committee for this year is to ask the council for reinstatement of a design review board with resident representation. And I know this is on your priority list. The board worked very well in the past, as you may know. This board would review projects that planned on changing the exterior of a building. With a design review board, the Planning Commission would actually be able to assist the council in planning for the city. Speaking via Zoom or in city chambers is beyond my comfort level. I was kind of hoping it would be in person today, but we aren't so lucky. But I feel obliged to carry forward the effort, one of many of us, because others throughout Carmel history have also fought to save Carmel from being anywhere USA, those who simply loved Carmel. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Carol. Is there anybody else wishing to speak today?
Actually, yes, I do, but I can't figure out what's happening with my screen here. One second. Oh gosh.
We can hear you if you'd like to start speaking.
I apologize. I thought I had Zoom figured out, but I don't. This is Laura Bowling, and I am here to express my continued interest in the curator position for Flanders. I recently sent Chip my updated proposal, which I had submitted 3 years ago, but with all my updated financial information. And I am well positioned to meet all of the parameters that were outlined in the 2018 RFP. When I first submitted that proposal, I was very new to Carmel, and I've had the great fortune in the past few years to get to know lots of people in Carmel-by-the-Sea, I joined the Wheaties group, the volunteer group for the Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve, and was honored earlier this year when they invited me to join their board of directors. I love Flanders and the Mission Trail, and the goal that I outlined originally in my proposal was to live in a small portion of it, to completely restore and refurbish it, but live with my two golden retrievers, Daisy and Clementine, and share the rest of the building and the property with the neighbors who love the area so very much. And I have 30 years of high-end design experience, as well as 15 years of global conservation experience. So I think I have sort of spent my whole life in training for a project like this, but most especially to make things beautiful. That's what I've done my entire life. I will do everything in my power if I were given this opportunity to restore Flanders to an exquisite state of beauty, but mostly I would make sure that it was a welcoming property for everyone who uses it and loves it every day, and all of the people who care about the Mission Trail Nature Preserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Mr. Mayor, I see a hand raised for phone number ending 902.
I see it also.
902, do you want to unmute yourself?
Hi, my name is Nina Beatty. I understand the city is still considering some cell tower projects, including one on top of Sunset Center, and I wanted to make a public comment regarding that. The city's decision has now been, there's a court ruling that recently came out that affects the city's planning on this. On August 13th, the DC Court of Appeals ruled against the FCC on its exposure guidelines, saying the commission failed to provide a reasoned explanation for its determination that its guidelines adequately protect against the harmful effects of exposure to radiofrequency radiation unrelated to cancer, and that renders the FCC's order arbitrary and capricious. The court found that FCC relied on conclusory and unexplained statements by the FDA and silenced by their agencies instead of reasoned decision-making and evaluating the evidence in the record. The court called the FCC's analysis of the material record evidence cursory and insufficient as a matter of law. The exposure guidelines were last updated in 1996. And so the court said, we grant the petitions in part and remand to the commission to provide a reasoned explanation for its determination that its guidelines adequately protect against the harmful effects of this exposure. It must in particular provide a reasoned explanation for its decision to retain its testing procedures for determining whether cell phones and other portable electronic devices comply with its guidelines, address the impacts of RF radiation on children, the health implications of long-term exposure to RF radiation, the ubiquity of wireless devices, and other technological developments that have occurred since the Commission last updated its guidelines, and address the impacts on the RF radiation on the environment. The city is basing its decisions on safety for cell tower applications and new higher levels of exposure for situations like FirstNet on the premise that the FCC limits are protective of the public health. But the court ruling puts the city on uncertain footing with no assurance of the public safety unless and until the FCC provides a reasoned decision per the remand. And any decisions by the city based on FCC guidelines right now could be argued and capricious as well, especially since the public has provided evidence to the city, and they could risk a possible catastrophic liability to the city using standards that are right now disputed. I request that the city suspend consideration until the FCC complies with the remand and provides reasoned decision making for its current guidelines and why they did not change them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Mayor, I see Lynette Zimmerman has her hand raised. Lynette, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. As I looked at this really ambitious agenda today, I thought, first of all, there's so much work to be done. And one of the things that I noted is that there is oftentimes a significant capacity challenge. And I was hoping that as the council deliberates through these matters that are on the agenda today, that there might be some way that we as a public could understand what the open positions are that are causing a problem in terms of how long they've been open and what the hiring challenges are these days. Because I know that unemployment and all of the things that are related to work life related to the pandemic are still going on in some sectors. But I would personally like to understand where we are with staffing, and I can see how many positions are open, but better understand where we are in terms of the hiring process and the hiring challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmer. Is there others wishing to speak today?
Mr. Mayor, I don't see any other raised hands or anybody unmuting themselves.
Actually, I just got a text from somebody saying that he's having trouble calling in. When you call in the posted number for the hearing, you get a message.
I just joined. Is this in response to I was just able to get in. Is this in reference to the parking on Scenic?
No, it's not. Okay. No, it's not. It says that's a consent item. It's consent item number 7, which I suspect will be pulled. So, Mr. Pack, if you'll wait till then, that'd be good.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, Ashley, that was the guy who said he couldn't get in.
I'm glad he got in.
Yeah,
In that
that's
case, Mr. Mayor, I don't see anybody else under general public appearances wishing to speak on items not on the agenda.
All right, then I'll close the public comment period and move on to announcements. City Administrative Office, Chip, what have you got?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple things tonight. The first thing is I wanted to thank Ashley Wright and Leslie Fenton for taking over on an interim basis the city clerk responsibilities. Leslie will be communicating with council vis-a-vis comments from the constituents and the community and the public, among other things, and doing Public Records Act responses. Ashley will be kind of acting city clerk as well as other responsibilities. I just wanted to thank them for putting in the extra effort. It's not light lifting, and they're doing a great job so far. With that said, this is a big agenda, as Ms. Zimmerman just referenced. So I'll beg everyone's patience and grace and indulgence as we try to get through it. Please bear with us, and if there are technical difficulties, we'll do our best to get back up online just as soon as possible. The next announcement is we do have a new police officer, started last week. His name is Brian Liddy. No relation to G. Gordon. So if you see Officer Liddy on the street, please introduce yourselves and say hello. You'll have a formal opportunity to meet Officer Liddy in the near future. We'll do a swearing in with anyone he'd like to bring in chambers with Chief Tomasi in the next couple of weeks. So again, welcome, Officer Liddy. Thank you for joining us. We'll do our best to hold up our end of the bargain to help protect and safeguard you and your responsibilities. The next item is just a real tribute to our finance staff, the executive team, the staff, the council. We did receive the 3rd year in a row a GFOA award, which is a part of our comprehensive financial report. This is a certificate for excellence in financial reporting. And again, great work to Robin Scatini and Anna Abouchon, and certainly Sharon Friedrichsen and the rest of the team for receiving that award. I think it's a real opportunity to celebrate the great financial work that we do and the transparency through which we do it. And the last item, and I'll beg the council's indulgence, Joel Staker's father, Robert Bob Staker, died last Friday, the 3rd, due to complications associated with COVID-19. And I think we'd be all honored if we could adjourn the meeting today, Mr. Mayor, in Robert Staker's honor, sir. Please.
Absolutely, most appropriate. Please extend our condolences as a council and as a city to Joel and his family.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All righty. Let's bring this on then to city attorney's announcements.
Yes, we had
everything.
Yeah, I do. We had a closed session earlier this afternoon on real property negotiations and also on anticipated litigation. It was items A and B in that agenda. There's no reportable action on those. And we were unable to complete the other two closed sessions. And it's my understanding you'll make a decision as to whether to complete those later this evening or perhaps put them over to another day. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you, Brian. Council members, anything you'd like to report out on?
I'll start. I'll go. I just wanted to say thank you, Ashley and Leslie. We lost a really fantastic city clerk, but we were really fortunate to have such a deep bench to have Ashley and Leslie help out there. And then the other thing is, I would like to congratulate Carmel High for holding on to the shoe one more year. Congratulations, guys.
Well done, well done. Anybody else? Karen?
Yes, I'd like to report, all of us council people serve on other committees throughout the community. And sometimes I don't think the public actually knows that, but I am the representative for the illegal dumping and litter task force. And I had the newsletter put in last week's Friday letter, so you can read up on that. Our last meeting was canceled, but I have heard, and I'm not sure when it will commence, that Caltrans may start to move some of the homeless encampments that have grown along Highway 1. They were unable to do that during the really hard times of the pandemic unless they had a place to move people. So I'm not sure it hasn't stalled again, but look forward to seeing some action there. I also want to report that Coast Walk, another committee that I serve on, is still alive and well, and Coast Walk is dedicated to access all along the California coast and creating a coastal trail from one end of California to the other. They are in the process of mapping Sonoma County, and hopefully they'll get to all the other counties as well one of these days. And then lastly, AMBAG, our Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments meeting, is tomorrow night. And one of the big items coming up for Carmel in the next several months and years is our regional housing needs assessment numbers. And we are no longer going to be able to just pay lip service to providing more housing for people that need it. The state is coming down very hard and strict rules on what that process will be, and the numbers that we will be expected to provide in housing right here in Carmel, as well as in our entire Monterey Bay area. So Brandon will be working hard on that as well. And I look forward to finding out more tomorrow and then acquainting you more with the numbers coming up in early 2022. And that's all I have to report tonight.
Karen, thank you. And thank you for all your work you do on those committees. Jeff?
Thank you, Mayor. I have the monthly climate change future agenda announcement for everybody's pleasure. 3 items. First, on this coming month, we have a presentation from Monterey County on their community resilience plan, which is basically how we survive natural disasters and all that stuff. We will have an update on the Firewise community certification and resilience building measures. So this is a report from one of our community measures on how we can better survive wildfires and how we can build resilient structures. We will have an update on the potential 2022 California building code revisions. A lot of the things that we've talked about in climate change, especially on the climate action side, which is reducing greenhouse gas emissions, have to do with building better houses and better commercial spaces related to insulation and gas, electricity versus gas and all that. And it's my understanding that a lot of those requirements will be coming from the state in the form of a new building code at the end of 2022. So we'll be getting an update on that. That's pretty important for anybody that's interested. And finally, we will have an update on all of the community outreach that we've been doing. We've done lot of community outreach to a lot of organizations during the first part of the pandemic. And we have a big thing coming up. We've developed, or Agnes is in the process of putting the finishing touches on an adaptation strategies, which is how the city of Carmel, how we think the city of Carmel should adapt to the impacts of climate change. And we'll be rolling that out through a series of public workshops. The first of which is will be via Zoom at the CRA on September 23rd. And then on November the 19th, we will be having, the Climate Committee will have a public workshop during our normal meeting period, Thursday, November 18th, where we will roll this out and solicit feedback from the community. So community feedback here is very important, and we look forward to seeing everybody at those events.
Thank you, Jeff. Much appreciated. Anybody? Carrie?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jeff, for those climate change announcements. I would like to announce that the Fire Ambulance Ad Hoc Committee is going to have our first workshop. We're having 2 workshops that we're inviting the public to attend. The first one is Tuesday, November 14th at 4:30. And then the following week is Tuesday, September 21st at 4:30. They will be Zoom meetings. And the first meeting, we're going to be presenting information about the Monterey and the fire department and are working with them and their services along with the ambulance. The city is entering contract negotiations with Monterey Fire, and we're looking for input from the public on how, what items we should be enhancing the contract with. And so we're looking for public comment. So we invite people to join us on Tuesday, September 14th at 4:30. And Chief Tomasi is going to give a nice presentation of our current services. And then we'll be looking for public feedback on how we should enhance them. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate your time. Well done. Is there anybody else in the council with comments? All righty, seeing none. I guess the only thing I would comment was I did go to Shrek with my wife and her nephew and his wife the other day. Fantastic presentation, great fun. People were respectful of distancing, but it was wonderful to see the theater up and running again. Great fun. So I encourage everybody to make an effort to go there. All right, that noted, that brings us to a rather intense consent calendar. There's 14 items on the consent calendar. Is there anybody on council wishing to pull an item? Carrie?
I'd like to pull item 7, which is the item referring the city working with the county on parking enforcement.
Okay. Anybody else? Karen?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 8 just for comment.
All righty. You want to comment on that now?
Sure. I just wanted to thank Aunt Agnes and Sarah Davis for working so diligently on this pest management, integrated pest management policy. This is going to be very, very important in the future because I'm sure you all are familiar with the oak worm and oak moth and some of our beautiful specimen trees around town. There might be a possibility with this new pest management policy to do some treatment of those trees, not spraying, but some other inoculation type treatments. So it really brings this policy up to date and creates all kinds of safety features in it. And I just wanted to thank them both for their very diligent work.
Thank you, Karen. Well noted. Jeff?
Yes, thank you. I just have a comment on item number 9, which is the $50,000 extra for the police station. The IT Management Corporation contract. And I would just say that I'm concerned about the cost of the police station. I know we had a number of conversations about this back in, what is it now? 2019 when we slashed the size of the project. And, I would like to make sure that we see that the project doesn't creep up in scope again. Thank you.
Duly noted. Anybody else? All righty. So is there anybody in the public wishing to pull an item? Not hearing anyone. All right. So I'm sorry. Was there somebody?
I don't think so. I don't see any hands raised and I don't see anybody unmuting, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. All right, so why don't we have a motion then to approve the balance of the consent calendar excluding item number 7?
I would move that we approve items 1 through 14 with the exception of item 7.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? Ashley, could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron,
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito,
Yes.
Councilmember Tice,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
Adopted unanimously. Thank you.
All right, so Chip, would you like to do the staff presentation on this item, or?
My suggestion is we turn to Chief Tomasi, Mr. Mayor. He's familiar with it. I can just lead in. This was introduced to me by District 5 Supervisor Adams at one of our, I guess they're bi-monthly meetings now. And we did receive some draft contract language from County Council. And this would, on a unique basis, the city would respond to complaints from people parking along Scenic Road, Scenic Drive outside the city limits on Carmel Point as our capacity allowed. And this is an agreement where we would glean the $250 fee if a parking ticket was issued. But again, I want to reiterate that it would be on a, when we have the capacity to leave the city, we would not be actively patrolling unless we had really nothing else to do, which is few and far between from the time perspective. And I guess I have filled it in, unless Chief Tomasi, have I missed anything?
Thanks, boss. You pretty much covered it. This has been an ongoing problem, though, with the point and parking, especially during storms and large waves. The county has reached out to us to have a joint meeting with all stakeholders to see if there's something we could do. The county passed an emergency ordinance raising the parking fee to $250 and allowing for the towing of vehicles. They have also added in that urgency ordinance that Carmel, through an agreement with the county, would be able to enforce parking laws, which we currently can't do outside of our jurisdiction. So that's what this contract is before you. And as Chip so mentioned, this would only be as we could, if that makes sense. We would not be routinely patrolling the area. We would enforce it as we could. And currently our staffing levels are at a point where I don't know if that's even possible. So it would not be an expectation by the county that we would be out there just patrolling and doing enforcement. We had an incident this past weekend, I will share with you, where a resident called and was adamant that we go out there and conduct parking enforcement. We didn't have the staffing or the time, and there is no contract in place yet until you approve it. So unfortunately, we weren't able to do it, but we have in the past gone out there when we've had staffing and the time. But it's a matter of, we could enter into this agreement, but it doesn't bind us to doing this all the time. It's only as needed. And as you're aware, we have staffing issues now. We're just trying to, our priority is the city and then the county. We want to be good partners, but our city is our priority. So that's all I have.
Carrie, did you have questions before I open up for the public?
No, I don't have questions. I have statements.
All right. We'll hold those till we get done with the public. Thank you. All right. Is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item tonight?
Could I say a few words?
Certainly. If you identify yourself, there's a 3-minute limitation on the testimony.
Yeah. This is Jay Pack, and I live at 26189 Scenic. And I appreciate the city considering this. There have been, I guess as a month ago, signs were put up, I'm guessing by the county, that it stated a $250 fine, and I think that really helped. But really without enforcement, and this weekend was an example of that. I don't think that the signs alone will be totally effective. So any consideration the city can give would be much appreciated. I do think it backs up to a number of the people. We're 4 houses, I believe, away from the Carmel limit, and it does back up and create some issues. And so I think by patrolling the whole scenic area, it can actually help the city as well. And I assume it could be a nice revenue producer, but any enforcement assistance would be greatly appreciated, because the signs alone will not be effective. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pack. Is there anybody else wishing to speak today? Actually, I'm not hearing anybody.
I don't see anyone raising their hands or unmuting, Mr. Mayor.
Pamela Good.
Looks like Pamela might be waving.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to back up what Jay Pack is saying. I live about 3 doors away from Jay, and we've really had a big parking backup with cars not even having drivers in them left along the streets. And there are no parking on either side of Scenic in our area. And we have patrol cars that do come by about twice a day at least. And often they just, maybe because this hasn't been approved yet by the council, they drive right by the cars that are parked illegally. So I really would ask that we could have the officers, if they see somebody and they're right there, stop and either ticket the car or ask the people to move. And we have gotten some absolutely wonderful help from the city of Carmel. And we are so appreciative, because it's just terribly dangerous. We have pedestrians, children, pets, cars triple parked across a 1-lane road. And it's just very, very dangerous. So thank you very much for anything you can do to help us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Pamela. Thank you. Is there anybody else? Ashley, what do you think?
I think we're all clear, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll close the public comment period, bring it back. Carrie, you wanted to speak to this item?
Yes, please. Thank you. I have some concerns about this item, that the public expectation that we are going to respond to every call that we get about parking. I don't think we can live up to that expectation, because we're down 4 police officers. If unless Mr. Lenny that we just hired took one of those positions, we're down 4 police officers. The $250 wouldn't even cover barely the time of a police officer going out there. My question is, why isn't the county doing this? So help me out how we got in this situation, because I'm really afraid that the call volume is going to start going up, and the expectations are not going to be met because of our staffing shortages.
So, Carrie, I guess I could answer that question, because I'm a bit of a culprit on this this item here, because when I was on the Board of Supervisors, this was a problem back then. And I was going to go ahead and move forward with exactly the plan we were talking about then. We did have support from the administration in Carmel, but it never quite made it to the docket. So this is a problem that's going to go on indefinitely, I think, down there. It's rather annoying, honestly, because of the fact that the signs are very well posted, but there's no abeyance. There's absolutely nothing. But it does say in the contract that I think we can terminate and upon request, upon either side party. Is that correct, Paul? Each party can terminate the agreement? Any party?
That's correct.
Okay. So, Carrie, what I was trying to do was make sure that the scenic experience wasn't, a pleasant one, and then all of a sudden you get into the county and it became unpleasant and unsafe. And so I did meet with the owners down there, the property owners. They were very, very appreciative of the fact that the city was interested in helping them. So to me, it's kind of important that we do this, just because of the fact that I do want to be sympathetic to their concerns, even though they're not necessarily our constituents per se. They're certainly of concern to us, and they do come into our town all the time, spend money here. So they are people of concern to me. So I'd really appreciate if we gave it a try.
They are certainly in our sphere of influence. I guess my question is, why isn't the county doing it?
Okay, that's a good question, because the fact the sheriff barely responds on any calls, and the highway patrol is the other enforcing agency, and they're not going to do that either. There's only one patrol cop in the area most of the time anyway, and so the parking enforcement is the lowest of priorities for the sheriff's department, let alone the highway patrol, who's out doing much more important things than enforcing parking. I do think that $250 a ticket. There was a pretty big incident down there. I think it was maybe yesterday or on Labor Day, where there was several cars parked down there. There was probably about a dozen of them. And that would have been pretty significant money right there. And I'm not mercenarily oriented on this, but I do think that the fiscal return could be significant. So.
I don't think we get much money from the tickets after they're processed, but I could be wrong on that.
Jeff, did you have something?
Yeah, I'm still a little bit undecided on this. I share Carrie's concerns with respect to the missed expectations. And I think that those concerns are borne out. One of the callers immediately, talked about us patrolling the area. So all of a sudden we've switched from, responding to phone calls to patrolling the area. And Paul, or I think it was the chief that talked about someone that called in that was just adamant that we go out. And so it's clear that the expectations for this have already started to build. And I find it, I find it fairly troubling. I don't, I agree that there's a problem. There's a problem when the surf show's on. There's a problem when there's a good sunset. I just, given what Carrie said and us being down 3 or 4 police officers, I'm really struggling with taking on these expectations.
Bobby?
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I am concerned with the expectations for sure, but I think that this falls under good tourism management. We have to keep these cars moving. We have to otherwise we're going to start getting backed up on scenic, and it's going to affect our residents. So I would like to see us hit this hard and go ahead and do this, try it out and see if we can stop that sort of thing. I mean, I'm sure the Highlands would like to help out Big Sur as they're suffering on Bixby Bridge. And that's what I kind of see this. It just bottlenecks our residents. And so if we can work in concert with the sheriff department, they've asked us for some help, let's give it to them.
Karen, thank you, Bobby.
I am not very supportive of this at all right now with the way our police officers are down, and the capacity issue, and also the expectations. If we can't deliver, it will be we will be looked down upon. And, the county is the county, the city is the city. They had a chance to be part of our city at one time and turned it down. Maybe they want to revisit that, but I really think this is the sheriff's problem, and the sheriff needs to address it. Well, I'm just not very supportive of it. I want my Carmel policemen in Carmel addressing things that we need them to address, like illegal fires on the beach and problems downtown. I don't really want them all the way out on the point if we can help it.
All right, well, as the person who brought this up, I'd ask for consideration of this matter, just under the heading of not be afraid, let's not be so suspicious that we're not giving something a try. I think if we give it a try and it doesn't work, I'd be happy to be the one to bring the motion forward to go ahead and disband the project, the process, or negate the contract. But I do think that we have mutual aid in other areas. We do have the fact that these people have lived across this invisible line where the visiting public doesn't understand where where the county ends and the city begins. So I think that jurisdictional boundary being so invisible is a reason why we should be supportive of these people that have this problem down there. I would ask the council at least indulge me a little bit in this one. It's an old issue. I'd like to get it resolved. And if the county doesn't respond appropriately, then we'll dissolve the contract. I'll bring forward the motion, I guarantee it. But on the other hand, I do think that it is important to be considerate of the other people in this community. So given the fact the line's invisible, I'd ask for consideration. So. That said, I'll make the motion to approve.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? Yes, Jeff.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, Dave. You know, I talk a lot about us being a partner in the things that go along in the regional sphere here, and I think this is a good example of doing that. I am not happy about the situation. I share Karen's concerns. I share Carrie's concerns. But I do think that we're stuck, and that we should be a good I think we should be a good player, and so I'll support the motion.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. Karen?
Yes, I'm wondering if you would put a time limit on the motion, like a trial period?
Yeah, I guess I could. Brian, I'm going to go ahead. I can make an amending motion, can I?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay,
It took me a minute to find the mute button. Sorry, Mayor. The answer is yes. Did you get a second?
Yes,
I seconded it, and I'll support that.
All right, so then you can amend it as you wish, and then you'll have to ask if the second agrees to your amendment.
Yeah, I'll give a 6-month trial period. And in that period of time, if there's abuse of staff, if there's overreaching, if there's demands that are inappropriate and then expectations that are not true or proven to be false, then I will go ahead and bring it back before the council to revoke.
And I'll accept that.
So, Mayor, I need to ask a question. Is this automatically coming back to you after 6 months, or only if there's a problem?
6 months, automatic back for a status report and consideration of revocation. Okay, are we clear? Yeah, Ashley, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Barron.
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito.
Yes.
Councilmember Tice.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
Approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. And I know the neighborhood down there does too. All right, that gets us back to the orders of business. First item is the council retreat follow-up and results. Chip, I believe you've got this item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. What you have before you is a list of the priorities that we put together a few months ago. What we've done is, as an executive team, is assigned priorities to them, as well as a level of effort. Anything that would entail in excess of 1,000 hours became kind of a high level of effort. Something between 500 and 1,000, probably a medium level of effort, and then less than 500, kind of a low level of effort. Even though that's a lot of effort, based on all the capacity constraints that that you've discussed thus far, and that we continue to struggle with. That said, this is a large agenda, and there's a lot going on. So there is some merit to taking the back half of the recommendation first, and perhaps continuing the entire item to a retreat format that we can do, probably in the next 30 days, based on the council's capacity and ability to meet off-site. We'll probably ask if we can meet in Carpenter Hall again. It'll be a public meeting, but we might have more time to go through them over a several-hour period, with maybe some snacks involved as well, and talk about them in a little bit more detail at that point in time. If you do not choose to go that route, which is fine with us, we do have a dynamic spreadsheet that Brandon has created, and we'll be prepared to go through each of the priorities on an individual basis, and you can rate them. And then we've got a little metric that will mathematically tabulate and move those, the highest priority to the top of the list. So I await your direction, council.
So it would be my druthers to go ahead and have it as the topic of the retreat, the sole topic, because it touches on so many different aspects of what we've done over the course of the last year plus. Also, we've got surplus money that could be allocated for those projects. Then we need to prioritize those. So in order to go ahead and figure out where we want to allocate funds, what's the best return on those investments, I think it necessitates a more thorough discussion. I'd look to my colleagues, though, for direction. Jeff?
I would mostly agree with that, Mayor. I would ask your indulgence if we have people viewing today that would like to comment on these items. I would certainly like to hear them rather than putting them off for a month. And I personally am also interested in hearing from from you and the other 3 council members about what their priorities. It would give me something to think about before we have that retreat. So if you wouldn't mind if we spent 10 minutes, hopefully only 10 minutes doing that, I would be very appreciative.
All right. Any other council comments? All right, what Jeff's suggestion is we open it up to see if there's anybody who wants to comment tonight. We'll bring it back to council for a little gab. All right, okay. All right, is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item tonight? Ashley?
I'm not seeing anybody raising their hands or struggling with the mute button, Mr. Mayor.
All righty. All right, well, why don't we bring it back then to council for some discussion and preliminary direction. Sorry, Bobby, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure where it is in here, but I think that the number one priority for me right now is fire mitigation. Anything and everything that we can spend on reducing any fuel reduction at all is where I would like to see as much money as possible put at that. After just getting back from the Rocky Mountains, it was unbelievable how much smoke those states were suffering from because of California. And so I think that should be the highest priority on our list. Thank you.
Yeah. Jeff, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. I have a few comments. I would note, Councilmember Richards, that I think that's really at the top of the list. I think it's number 5. And I certainly agree with Bobby, and all of the priority 1 items I'm pretty much in line with. I would want to make a couple of extra comments on a few of the items that I would like to see prioritized up. The exploration of street addresses. And I realize we can't address these items right now because of the staffing shortage, but Chip has talked about finding ways to remedy the staffing shortage. And we'll talk about that again, I assume, in a few minutes when we get to the budget. So maybe we can unjam some of these projects. Exploring street addresses, I think, is near the top of everybody's list, including mine, as sort of a long-term thing. I think that's a project that will take years to do, and we need to get started. Another item is the reinstatement of the Design Review Board. Carol Hall talked about that before. We've talked about that. I was a little bit disappointed, Chip, to see that as a priority 3 item rather than a priority 2 item. I see you coughing at me. So maybe we can remedy that. I would ask the council, maybe we could remedy that in a month. Exploring the redevelopment in the north lot at Sunset Center. I think the timing is pretty good. Councilmember Ferlito talked about housing, the RENA allocation that's coming. I've been talking about housing for a couple of years. I would be really excited to have something there that involves parking on the bottom and housing on the top. I think it's basically a moral imperative for the city to start figuring out what to do about this. And finally, I know I won't get any love on this, but I told Chip I was duty bound to offer it. I would like the city to develop some sort of social media plan. I'm just going to continue to stick my oar in on this every time this comes up, and maybe we could inch it from a 4 to maybe a 3.5, or put it at the top of the 4 list. But I would look forward to having an in-depth discussion about this. I heard someone say that Karen was going on vacation. Maybe when she gets back sometime near after the next council meeting, we could get together and do that. I enjoyed our last experience doing that, and hopefully we'd be able to do it again. So those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Dave, could I?
Go ahead, Karen.
Yes, I agree. Fire mitigation is right up there. I'm getting lots of input about the need for street addresses, so I agree on that. Design review, yes. But I would like to also throw out the idea of looking at anything on this list that has to do with downtown and the commercial area as possibly being something that we could wrap together in a downtown specific plan type project where we would tackle, I could see maybe 11 things on this list that could be tackled under a downtown specific plan. And while that is a very involved thing, we see that if we are going to have enhanced outdoor dining, we're going to need changes to our general plan and local coastal plan and ordinances. If we're going to address some of the things that come up regarding traffic and paid parking and the north lot, that's all has to do with the downtown commercial area. If we're going to talk about walkability and the state of the village and you know, how we beautify our downtown, that could all come under some sort of specific plan that would factor in all of these things. And I think we should perhaps give that some thought between now and the time we get together, and to see how we could incorporate several of those things under one process.
Thank you, Karen. Anybody else? Carrie.
I appreciate that we're going to spend more time on this, Mayor. So I think it's time well spent. Obviously, we have some good news when it comes to our budget. And I'm looking forward to Chip giving us some feedback on, in order to do all these things, they take staff time. I'm very concerned about capacity with our staff. And so I'm hoping that Chip can come back, and when we talk about these priorities, we need a real firm idea of the staffing it would take, and maybe suggestions on getting back some staff that we lost during COVID. So I'm definitely concerned about that. Some of these items are a lot of staff time and planning, which is what the city needs to do. And we haven't been doing enough of that. So I agree with Karen, we need some type of plan. I'd like a little more, I need to understand what that entails, and maybe Brandon can help us with that. A lot of what this is one of my number one priorities is paid parking, because we're going to need money to fund all these items, or some of these. I'm definitely big on investigating street addresses and the parking situation. So those are the things I'm looking at. But I think we really need to get a sense of what all this is going to take, and how much it'll be nice to get away from the COVID, trying to react to maybe a more planning stage. I think that'll be a good place for us to be in. And so how do we plan for that? That's one of my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Bobby?
Dave, could I say one more thing?
Sure, Karen.
Yeah, just to alleviate some of your fear, Carrie, some of these things, some of these specific plans that other communities have done have actually been hired out. And we do have some money. We do have some stimulus money coming in. Design firms that are, you know, right up there, knowing what some of the hot issue items are regarding parking, as well as tourist management, as well as how we go about. They can even advise how we go about changing some of our ordinances stuff to make the things happen that we want to happen. So we wouldn't have to do it all in-house with staff that we would hire and have necessarily for that. We might have a project manager, but we could also probably find a design firm if there is some intention behind there to tackle a lot of them at one time.
Thank you, Karen. Bobby?
Yeah, well, Mayor, I really just wanted to put an exclamation point on the fire mitigation. That's why I spoke that. Of course, I knew that it was on this list.
Okay.
But I wanted to put an exclamation point so that we start on that now. I don't think that we can even wait until next week. I would like to see Chip get on that right now as much as he can. And I know that I think some things have been started. Is that correct, Chip? So I appreciate that. But it's just very important. And I love what the other council members have said. It's going to be a great retreat to talk about some of these other things. But I think the urgent number one thing is the fire, getting rid of some of the fuel.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. So for me, I'm concerned about the actual physical house of that we occupy, the deferred maintenance issues. You know, what is it going to look like to actually make sure that the buildings are painted, that they're not in collapse, the windows aren't falling out of some of our structures. I'd like to see what we're going to do with those. I'm also concerned about Flanders and the Scout House. But the only thing I don't necessarily entirely agree with, and it's subject for discussion, of course, but is the desire to go ahead and have numbers on our houses and then mail delivery. I don't know what my jury's out on that one. So that's pretty much, other than that, I concur with everybody. Also enjoy the enthusiasm about a retreat format. It's a much more casual style where we're not structured to where we have to, you know, one person speaks and then we got to make a motion. It allows a lot more interchange of discussional items. So I appreciate that. Chip, have you got direction? All right. Okay, Karen.
Maybe the next month we could have an update about the project that's going to start in Mission Trail Nature Preserve with fire fuel abatement. It's, you know, it's a hot button issue. So it'd be good to get that update because I know Agnes has been working on that, and I think it's going to be the start of a great, you know, a great opportunity to do more of that type of work.
Good.
Yep, will do.
All righty. So we've got direction. I don't think we need a formal motion. We'll do this by consensus. And then why don't we then go on to the next item, which is the Coastal Conservancy grant for the North Dunes Restoration and Boardwalk Extension / Staircase Project. Agnes, I believe this is your item.
Yes, that's right, Council. Let me share my screen real quick.
Lovely.
So everybody can see this, right? So, and this will be a very quick presentation. This is just a summary of a potential opportunity for a Coastal Conservancy grant for the North Dunes. A little background about the project. The North Dunes Restoration Project has been underway since 2016, and our CDP just got extended for another 5 years in August. We do have several project goals, which include restoring native habitat, eliminating invasive species, and providing safe access while reducing habitat impacts. And we continue to have some erosion issues in the Fordune area, particularly from just pedestrian access up and down the dune. On the slope to the beach. You can see the photo on the right sort of shows the erosion issue. And I think with COVID, we've also had an increased use of that area actually by pedestrians. So the proposed project would be to build a boardwalk extension that would connect Del Mar parking lot to the existing 4th Avenue boardwalk. So if you look on the map to the right, this would, at the bottom of the map is the Del Mar parking lot. And so it would connect, it would be that brown, dark brown line. And this is not a final location, that's just a potential location. It would be that brown line, it would go north through the North Dunes and connect with the 4th Avenue boardwalk that's on the north end of the North Dunes. And there would also be an element of Fordune vegetation restoration, which would help reduce this erosion that we see on the Fordune area. And we would also want to limit access on the sand down the dune face. Also, if identified as necessary, there could be a staircase to provide access down the slope. So that's, in general, the proposed project, and the boardwalk is one of the items that is listed in the Del Mar Master Plan for improving public access to the dunes. So in terms of funding, the State Coastal Conservancy staff has been working with me on the Mission Trail Wildfire Project that was referred to a little bit earlier. And in the process of discussions, they expressed an interest in taking this project, the North Dunes projects, to their board for potential grant funding. They do currently have state bond funding that is available for this type of project. But there is very much the possibility for future funding. So if we feel like this is not the right time for this project, we could go back to them at a later time. It's just that right now there is funding available. We anticipate the project could cost up to $500,000, and the grant would require 50% local match. That would be local funding match. They would not take in-kind match. If we wanted to go to the Coastal Conservancy Board for review in December, we would need to provide a summary of the project to the Coastal Conservancy basically by early next week. And then finally, this would be a two-phase project where we would first apply for phase one funding would be project planning and design. And then we would go back to them for phase two funding at a later date for project implementation. And so because this project was not included in our work plan in fiscal year 21-22, we are requesting council direction on whether we should prioritize and pursue this grant application.
Thank you, Agnes. Does that complete your report?
Yes, it does.
Are there any questions of Agnes by council members before I open it up to the public for questions or comments? Hey, Carrie?
Can you get this done in a week, Agnes? Sounds like a short timeline.
Given that we have a meeting next week, Agnes?
Oh yeah, no, it'll be a little tight. It is at this point really just a short summary that we provide to them. I don't expect it to be too much longer than the staff report. It is going to increase, it's definitely going to be a stretch to provide it, and hopefully they don't come back with too many questions. But at this point, it would be a very short summary that we would provide them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, questions?
Yes, Agnes, in your presentation, you mentioned that we would apply first for the phase one funding and then for the phase two funding. Is the $500,000 for just the first phase, that estimate, or is that for both phases? So the first phase would be 150 and the second phase would be 350 or something like that?
Yeah, we're anticipating that to be combined cost.
And then the map that you showed indicated a boardwalk from basically the Del Mar parking lot over to where the 4th Street stairs are, and then another boardwalk that sort of descends from that, a set of stairs that descends from that boardwalk down to the beach. Are there other boardwalks that you contemplate, like running through other areas of the North Dunes, or is it just those two?
There is a potential for, if we felt it would be helpful to do a boardwalk from, but I don't know that we would include it as part of this grant, but there's a potential for a boardwalk from San Antonio connecting to this new boardwalk, potentially, that would help reduce the pedestrian impacts from people that access the dunes directly from San Antonio.
So down the sort of that really long, gradual sloping, big white area of sand all the way down, all the way down. Okay,
correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Bobby?
Agnes, would any of this work help with the preservation of the dunes?
So it would help reduce erosion of the dune, which is in and of itself a benefit to the dunes. If we did this work, also the restoration elements, the native plant restoration elements along the foredunes would really help reduce the dune erosion and would help with the habitat restoration, as well as any invasive species removals that we would do.
Okay, yeah, it's hard to vote for $250,000 to go to the dunes when they are in need of repair. That's what I was wondering, how much extra repair we'll need after that. Do you have any idea?
For the habitats in the North Dunes?
Not the habitat necessarily, but the preservation of the dunes from falling, the sand falling.
Oh, from the erosion?
Hmm.
I do not have. That would be part of and that would need to be an engineering evaluation. I unfortunately don't really have that information.
Right, that would be a future project.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from council members? All right, seeing none, I'll open it up to the public. Is there anybody in the public wishing to comment on this item tonight? I'm going to say no. Ashley?
I don't see anybody, Mr. Mayor.
All righty, well, then we'll bring it back to council.
Yep.
Speak up.
Somebody?
Yeah, Richard Kreitman.
Richard, don't be shy.
Never am. Thank you.
I know. I agree.
What about the possibility of putting a boardwalk south from the Del Monte, from the parking lot, the bottom of Ocean, to the bottom of 8th along the dunes? I mean, that would be logical to hook up scenic walkway with the bottom of Ocean. And I've always assumed we never have touched that because we would expect so many lawsuits from the people who own those few homes along there that we haven't touched it yet. But tell me I'm wrong and why we can't do a walkway that goes from the Del Monte parking lot all the way to pick up scenic walkway at 8th or 9th, is it? 9th. Thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments from the public? All right, I don't see any. Close the public comment period, bring it back for staff for response to Mr. Kreitman's comments and then direction from council.
Let me take that one, Mr. Mayor. I mean, we can build a pathway from the foot of Del Mar south along the top of the dunes to 8th Avenue. And in fact, that was a paper street originally. It was supposed to be built all the way through. Never was, obviously. We abandoned part of the right of way many years ago. And, but I can tell you this, it's been on the Coastal Commission's mind ever since we abandoned it many years ago. So if we get to item number 20 tonight about paid parking, I can tell you that there's at least one Coastal Commission staff member who will continue to try to obligate us to build that pathway. But this particular grant is specifically for the North Dunes. We would certainly look at other grant opportunities. It is very expensive, as you can see, to build beach pathways, boardwalks, but it's something that we continue to have in our hip pocket. Again, the pathway that Mr. Kreitman is referring to, and I'm sure it'll continue to come up as a potential in the future.
Thank you for that clarification, Chip. Council members, your others?
Okay.
Karen?
Yes, I'm supportive of this. I think that the North Dunes restoration is coming along quite well, and I think this would help with that area. I've been concerned for years about the erosion there. If you just look at the cypress trees that look like they're on stilts, you can see where that sand gets walked down each and every day. And if this might help that would be great. I also think that it's one more opportunity to allow people who might need to see that area in wheelchairs and so on to have a boardwalk to access that area with. And if Agnes can do this, I am very supportive of our staff reaching out for grants. I think it's something we haven't done quite enough in the past, and I'm delighted to see that this has come our way.
I'd agree. Is there anybody else? Carrie?
I agree with Karen. I think it also addresses Bobby's question of trying to minimize the impact on the big dunes leading to the ocean. Every year we have to do a bulldozer to kind of replace the sand there. So hopefully that would be lessened by having an easier pathway for people to get to the beach. As people know, walking up a sand dune is not always easy. So I'm in support of this item. Thank you.
Excellent. Anybody else? Jeff.
Thank you. I think I'm half the odd man out here. You know, Karen referenced access for people in wheelchairs to get over to the North Dunes. And while I'm supportive of wheelchair access, I'm not sure I'm supportive of getting more people over into the North Dunes. And, you know, I did have a fairly extended conversation with Agnes about this, about the, you know, I know that there's an issue with people trampling plants in the North Dunes and all that. My fear is that even if we build a boardwalk, that we'll have more people in the North Dunes that right now they just don't know the North Dunes exists. You know, the North Dunes exist sort of in this vacuum. And the only people that know about it are basically all the people on the Forest and Beach Commission and all the people on, you know, on the city council and all the people that live in my neighborhood, and other people are just sort of oblivious to their existence. And I'm really struggling with the, you know, with providing easier access to that area, you know, and having more people over there. That said, I do agree, you know, we do have a problem with sand going down the slope. That's a fairly significant problem. We all walk on the beach and we look up at those soft sandstone slabs that stick out of the beach every year and have to be either ground down or covered with sand. That's a problem. I think staircases down to the beach are a good idea. My caution here is there hasn't really been any design review on it, and I'm not sure I'm particularly comfortable with just plonking a staircase down on the south end of that sandy slope, as is indicated in the map. I think a better spot for the staircase would be right below the viewing platform. You know, people walk down Ocean Avenue. How do I get to the beach? You know, I think we would want to have that conveyance be, you know, right where they are. Someone pointed out to me that that's where the outfall is under the platform, and that's right. And I think that illustrates that this is a little bit of a trickier problem or a trickier set of design rules than maybe we're quite ready for. So I share a little bit of what I think were Bobby's concerns, that this may be money, you know, that we may be chasing this money down chasing this money and implementing a slightly less optimal solution than we might get if we just spent $250,000 of our own money. So I'm not convinced of this project. I'll support it at this time. I'm not convinced of its final viability, and I would definitely like to see input from the Forest and Beach Commission and the Planning Commission in terms of what's going to happen. Agnes has told me that that's correct, and so I really don't need to hear from staff that they're going to do that, because I trust that staff is going to do that. But I think this is a trickier project than just applying a much trickier project that requires more public input than simply having the council give it a thumbs up. And I'm looking forward to that process.
Alrighty, that said, it seems to me we do have consensus that it's a project worth making at least the application for to the Coastal Conservancy. So is there a motion to that effect out there? I'll make the motion. I'll go ahead and move that we've given direction to staff on whether to prioritize this project and pursue a grant application with the State Coastal Conservancy for planning, design, and implementation of the North Dunes Restoration Boardwalk Project, Extension Staircase Project.
I'll second that.
Oh, okay.
We have a motion to second. Is there any other discussion? I don't see anything. Ashley, would you call a roll, please?
Councilmember Barron.
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito.
Yes.
Councilmember Tice.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
It is unanimous.
Thank you very much. All right. So item number 17 is a resolution going ahead and approving the city's investment strategy and also the depositing of $1 million in the trust account. Chip, did you want to start this up, or should I go straight to Sharon?
Straight to Sharon, please, Mr. Mayor.
Sharon, the floor is yours. Good to see you.
right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Hopefully you can both hear me, see me, and see the screen.
All of the above.
Thank you for that confirmation. The item tonight is to discuss the investment strategy related to the city's Section 115 pension trust. By way of background, in August, Council adopted a resolution to establish the Section 115 trust. In particular, Council authorized participation in the Public Agencies Post-Employment Benefits Trust, which is administered by PARS. Again, as Council is aware, the Section 115 trust is an IRS tax-exempt vehicle that allows us to pre-fund our pension obligation. And the discussion of mitigating our pension liability has been an ongoing priority by Council. Again, as part of the trust, the funds are used for various pension-related expenses. And the purpose again tonight is to determine the investment strategy, which is the next step needed to establish the trust. The decisions regarding how and when to use the trust for pension-related expenses would come at a later time. I would like to note that we do have members of our new trust team on the virtual meeting with us. We have Rachel Sanders with PARS, which is the trust administrator. We have Andrew Brown with Highmark Capital, which is the investment arm of the trust. And we do have our friends from NHA Advisors, Craig Hill, also on hand to answer any questions that Council may have. So in short, as part of the establishment of the trust, Council does need to provide and select one of 5 strategies that are offered to PARS clients. The strategies include conservative, moderately conservative, moderate, balanced, and capital appreciation. As noted in the staff report, these different investment strategies have a different configuration in terms of their blend of equities, fixed income, and cash. And as a outcome, the strategies tend to be a little different in terms of their risk tolerance level, conservative obviously being the most conservative, all the way down to capital appreciation, which tends to be a bit more robust and aggressive. As it's probably not much of a surprise that out of the governmental clients participating in the trust, about 36% are moderately conservative and 37% moderate. So most of the PARS governmental clients tend to be in those more conservative to moderate investment strategies. In addition to picking one of the investment strategies, the city is required to either choose what we call an active platform or a passive. As the name implies, active means that the investment portfolio manager is really taking a more hands-on approach to managing the investments. It's primarily driven by mutual funds. It tends to have a higher return on investment, but it does have a higher expense ratio for that type of service. Passive, on the other hand, means that the strategy is a little more passive in terms of the investment manager's time and skill level. It tends to be driven by index funds, and the fees tend to be lesser in terms of the expense ratio. And in terms of PARS government clients, about, I believe 54% have chosen active, 46% passive. So as Council considers which of the investment strategies to look at, there's several factors to consider. The investment objective. Some agencies are really trying to achieve a high rate of return and even achieve an investment greater than CalPERS. Other governments, such as ours, are looking at the opportunity to sort of weather those spikes in our CalPERS rates and try to allow some budgetary flexibility. Another component to look at is your investment time horizon. If an agency may not need to use the trust for, say, 10 years out, then that may be a reason to pursue a more aggressive, a balanced or capital appreciation. If an organization feels the need to use the trust in a shorter time frame, then the conservative to moderate approach. We are anticipating the likelihood of needing to use the trust in maybe 5 to 7 years based on some CalPERS projections and our increased UAL payment. Again, budgetary flexibility and cash flow go hand in hand. And the final component is really that risk tolerance. The slide really looks at the annual rate of return for the various strategies, again, based on the passive model, except for capital appreciation. And you can see that if you choose a portfolio that has higher investments in equities, those tend to achieve greater returns, but they're also more volatile. And so you'll see more of the corresponding decrease when the market does face a downturn. As staff, we are recommending the moderately conservative approach and using the passive platform. We believe this really balances seeking a better rate of return than the city would achieve using its general fund dollars on things such as CDs or LAIF, but also balances risk tolerance. We also feel this aligns with our projected time frame and use of the trust. And again, while the active may have a higher return on investment for staff, we had a greater emphasis on the fees and the expense ratio, and therefore recommending the passive platform. As part of the adopted fiscal year 21-22 budget, Council did approve $1 million for pension mitigation. We would, as part of this action item, seek affirmation and authorization from the Council to work with PARS and Highmark Investment to make initial deposits through the course of the year, totaling $1 million into the trust. And that does conclude my presentation. I'm available, as well as our PARS team, to answer any questions that Council may have.
Appreciate it. Is there any questions at the moment? So Sharon, I did want to just ask, he's going to be returning quarterly with review of the investment strategies. We will provide Council with a report. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor. We would return quarterly with investment, and then there's also the opportunity to look at our recommended strategy quarterly, 6 months, annually, and make adjustments throughout the course of the trust.
Excellent. All right, thank you. Are there any other questions for Sharon?
I've got a question.
Carrie, I think you have a hand up. Yeah.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
I was saying, go ahead, Carrie.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah. I guess this is for the managers of the trust, of the investments. I need a sense of how often they're looking at the funds and the difference between passive and active. You know, obviously they're going to be looking at the funds, but I need a better sense of the overseeing of these funds and the frequency of it.
Yeah, sure, Carrie. I'll take that one. My name's Andrew Brown. I'm the lead portfolio manager for the PARS platform, and I would be the lead portfolio manager for the city's investment. There are two platforms, as staff highlighted. One would be the active platform, where we use mutual funds, predominantly mutual funds. And for those underlying investments, you know, certainly we're looking at performance on a monthly basis, but probably a little more rigorously on a quarterly basis. I mean, everybody has a bad month, a bad quarter. and sometimes even a bad year. So, I think we're looking at the underlying managers and their performance a little bit more diligently, and let's just say on a quarterly basis. But within an index-based platform, in general, you're just getting the index returns less, the embedded expense. And so what we do find ourselves looking at is certainly, do we have the, I don't want to say the best, but do we have an index fund that is as low as possible in terms of the underlying fee structure? And so that's maybe what we're looking at a little bit more closely, because if you have an S&P 500 index, they both should be, or you have two S&P 500 index funds, they're probably both going to be pretty similar, except maybe the one that has lower fee structure would generate a little bit more return. I hope that was helpful.
That help, Carrie?
Yes, thank you.
All right, any other questions? All right, seeing none, I'll open up for the public. There's an opportunity for public comment on this item. If there's any questions or comments, please make them now. 3-minute limitation on testimony. If you state your name for the record, I'd appreciate it. Anybody wishing to speak tonight?
Sharon, would you please unshare your screen?
Sure.
Ashley, what do you think?
I'm not seeing anybody or any hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to close the public comment period, bring it back to council for additional discussion and direction. Council members? Jeff.
Yes, thank you. Big thank you to Sharon and Chip for bringing this forward and for doing all the work. I know it's been a pretty long road for getting here. It's been an educational experience for me, and I'm sure the rest of the council as well. So thank you for all that. I have a question about the possibility of taking some of this $1 million or adding some of this $1 million, adding to that, given I think the next discussion, and putting some of that money towards actually paying down our big liability with CalPERS. So sending CalPERS a check. That's a possibility for where we are right now. So we could do either take from the $1 million or add to it. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. This is the key is that this is irrevocable. So once you put it in the trust, you can do a large principal pay down. We can make our traditional annual PERS payments, pension payments, or we can pay down our UAL. So the key is that it has to be used for pension liability, but putting the money in the trust does not preclude you from making a large principal pay down at any point in time in the future.
Would this just show up? So every year with the budget, we get a fund balance sheet at the very end. Would this just show up as a fund balance, even though it's sort of a fund balance and sort of not a fund balance?
Yes, sir. Exactly. Yeah, we'd probably break it out because it's kind of a reserve fund. You have your reserve funds that are going to be used for certain items. I think that we would put it under that kind of an umbrella.
Yeah, so obviously my comment here would be I do have an interest in sort of the city getting into a habit, especially in good years, of putting money into this 115 trust and either immediately taking some money out of the trust and sending it to CalPERS, in this case, a few $100,000 or $500,000 or whatever the council's wishes would be, or to directly send some money to CalPERS too. I think there's sort of two different goals. One is insulating us from our future UAL payments, and one is reducing the total amount of our UAL payments in the future. And I, for one, am interested in pursuing both of those goals, neither to the exclusion of the other. So I am interested in hearing other perspectives on that, but maybe we could do some of that here tonight.
All right, that's noted. Any other questions or comments?
I'll go.
All right.
I'll
possible action? That's the public already.
I guess, well, number one, I think the council should be very proud of the fact we're finally at this decision point. that the staff did a lot of work allowing us and to educate us to be at this point of making the decision. So obviously, I think we've set aside $1 million. I would see that I would take staff's recommendations of the moderate conservative and the passive platform, keeping in mind those can change in the future. That would just be, from my perspective, the place to start. I guess in terms of, I'd like to make that decision tonight. Obviously, when we look at the next topic, the budget, our surplus, we can always throw more money at our huge pension liability, and we have several pension liability items. So I'm not quite sure I'm ready to do that. I would like to definitely do the 1 million into the Section 115 trust now. I'd like to hear more of what the budget outcome was for the last fiscal year, and help with some of the planning that we want to do before I put more money that way. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of where I'm sitting, if that makes sense.
It does. Bobby?
I couldn't have said it better myself, Carrie. I'm on the exact same page. I would like to see that $1 million go into this moderately conservative. I think that's an excellent position for that. And then as time goes on and as we start to heal from this past couple of years, we can figure out how much we want to put down to our give to CalPERS to get our unfunded down a bit. So I'm on the same page as you, Carrie. And I think Jeff is as well. Maybe we just want to do it a little bit slower than Jeff.
Felt like a motion and maybe a second too.
I'll make that motion.
All right. The motion is then to go ahead and authorize the city administrator to make, no, that's the next one, excuse me. Approving the city's investment strategy for the public agencies post-employment benefits trust administered by PARS, and make a deposit totaling $1 million into the trust. Is that correct?
Correct.
We have a second.
I'll second that. I think we need to clarify that we're adopting resolution 20-21. Excuse me. I think we have to name the resolution. I lost my place here.
2021-055.
055. And that we're going to do the moderate conservative passive platform.
Yeah, the staff recommendation.
Yes, I'll second that.
Motion and a second. My only comment is that my level of comfort is with the quarterly reports. I think that kind of vigilance is important, and I think it'll make a big difference as we review the success of our strategies or possible, deviations. So I think that's a good idea. All right, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, Ashley, could you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Barron.
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito.
Yes.
Councilmember Tice.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
Adopted unanimously. Thank you.
We're rolling. Thank you. All right, so
a long time coming, Mayor. Thank you.
No, it was really, we did a lot of work on this before we made any decisions. We're fortunate, I think it was Carrie said, to be able to be in this position, so thank you. All right, so next item is a report on the preliminary status of fiscal year 2021 and adopt resolution 2021-056, authorizing the city administrator to make transfers of appropriations between departments as part of the fiscal year 2021 year-end report process. Chip, you want to start, or Sharon? Sharon.
Let me start by saying, Mr. Mayor, it's always interesting, if you budget too liberally and you don't have enough money to pay the bills, that's problematic. We took a very conservative, you've heard me with this speech in the past, we didn't have a crystal ball. We took a very, very conservative approach to last fiscal year. And it worked out well for us. Obviously, you've read about our revenue surplus and how efficient we were with expenditures, and those are all good things. As I said at the beginning of this council meeting, we do need grace from the public. Local government is not a light switch. We don't just flip it on and off. We do have a lot of recruitments that are in the pipeline tonight. Upon questioning, I can tell you about where I'd like to add some capacity back into our enterprise. And we'll bring that, you can't do it tonight, but I'll bring it back to you if I get some north-south nods of the head. But we're in a very fortunate and enviable position. Obviously, you invested $1 million into our pension liability. You made the commitment when we adopted the budget to do that for the next 5 years. Again, you'll see our revenue estimates in a minute from Sharon about how robust those are. We're in a very fortunate place. I want to thank you for your leadership, getting us through the last fiscal year. I want to thank Sharon and Robin and Anna and everyone else, and the department heads for their vigilance. And again, I want to tell people that we will rebuild services. It's just going to take a little bit more time. So I think with that, Mr. Mayor, let's turn it over to Sharon. She can tell you about the good news. And again, I'll do my best not to throw a wet blanket over your any desires to spend too much money.
Sharon, have at it. Unfortunately, we can't hear you.
Thank you. Let's try this again. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Again, the purpose of tonight's presentation is to provide a high-level status update on fiscal year 2020-2021. Again, this is based preliminary on the end of the fiscal year, which ended on June 30th, 21. Finance staff are currently working with our auditors. In fact, we have the second leg of our field work scheduled for October, and we'll be on track to present the audited financial statements, the annual comprehensive financial report to council in January of 2022. As part of this agenda item, we are asking for authorization to do transfers between a few departments as part of the year-end adjustment process and in accordance with the Carmel Municipal Code. In summary, fiscal year 2020-2021 is anticipated to end positively. This is primarily due to revenues coming in greater than budgeted, particularly our transient occupancy tax. As the city administrator mentioned in his opening remarks, both the department directors and finance worked very cooperatively and really monitored our operational expenses to really stay on track with the budget. And we did achieve savings in our debt service payments related to the Sunset Center bond refinancing that occurred in September and October. Just as a quick visual, the pie chart on the left is the revenue that we put together as part of the adopted budget. Property tax projected to be the leading driver at 37% of our citywide revenue. Our sales tax combined, both our share of the state sales tax and our local sales tax at 26%, and transient occupancy tax at 13%. As we look at our estimated actuals, the transient occupancy tax came in higher than budgeted and represents 23% of the estimated actual revenues for the fiscal year. That makes all the other revenue sources shift a little bit in terms of their proportion. Property tax, 32%, sales tax, roughly about the same at 25%. Charges for service, a little decrease from 11 to 9%, and other from 13 to 11. And looking at our major categories of revenue, property tax is anticipated to come in over budget. Again, the real estate market was particularly strong even during the pandemic. our state sales tax, again, stronger than projected, a combination of factors. One, people did make purchases just in different areas during the pandemic, including quite a bit of online sales. There is also a little bit of a timing issue. The state provided a lot of deferrals in terms of filing of state sales tax. So some of the revenue we expected to come in fiscal year 1920 actually carried over into 2021 due to those postponement of this sales tax payments. We're fortunate too that our local sales tax measure, which is Measure C, also projected to come in better than we budgeted. Transient occupancy tax, our estimated actual of 5.4 million, nearly 2.9 million better performance than budgeted. But again, to step back in context, when we put together the budget, it was in the spring of 2020, and transient occupancy tax was really challenging to predict how people would respond during the pandemic in light of their willingness and their ability with travel restrictions to actually travel to places like Carmel-by-the-Sea. You see charges for services, which again are the fees we charge for things such as issuing building and planning permits, ambulance transports, special events, pretty close to our expectations in terms of the estimated actual compared to the amended budget. And the other category, which is everything from grants to business license to franchise fees and a variety of other revenues, again, just a little bit under our budget expectations. So in total, the budget, the performance outpaces the amended budget almost to $3.9 million. As we move to the other side of the general ledger and look at expenditures, again, the pie chart on the left illustrating the categories when we adopted the budget last June and the estimated actuals as of this prior June of 2021. Not as much change compared to the revenue. Salary and benefits still represent 49% of expenditures. You see a little bit of that savings due to the refinancing of the Sunset Center. So the debt service went from 6% of the adopted budget down to 4%. And again, a little bit of incremental changes in the other categories as well. Looking at some of the major categories of expenditures, again, salary and benefits, we're estimating to end the year at close to 9.4 million. So a little bit of savings there, a little bit of savings as well in our payment to PERS. Services and supplies, again, departments really managed budgets. Some of the services and supplies were related a little bit to timing as well, but you see there the estimated actual has achieved some savings compared to the amended budget, $275,000. Debt service, again, as we spoke about with the Sunset Center refinancing, contributes to that expenditure savings. And the capital budget, again, faced with diminished projected revenues, not knowing quite how TOT and the sales tax would perform. Again, on the operational side, we reduced our staffing and hence salary and benefits. We also postponed capital projects until April of this year. You see the amended budget, almost 207,000. As of June, departments spent about 54,000. And so that savings is really timing, and you'll see us bring back some projects that carry those funds forward. For example, the IT management agenda item and the police renovation. That money was budgeted as part of that 206 and we asked for it to be reappropriated this year. So again, the estimated actual of expenses, 19.2 million under your amended budget of 20.2 million, savings in these various high-level categories, about $1 million. If we look at the expenses by departments, I think the key thing to note is that your estimated actual 18.3 million is below your amended budget. So your appropriations are under budget. We did, though, have a few departments expenses went over related to things such as salary and benefits or just other unanticipated costs. Again, overall, we have departments with savings, and so we'll transfer from departments as needed. But again, we're seeking that authorization per the Carmel Municipal Code for council to allow us to transfer between departments. You can see the savings in the police department will largely negate any cost overruns in the other departments. And again, managing the budget, controlling the expenditures, the estimated actual is $423,000 less than the amended budget. I apologize that this chart's a little difficult to read, but we wanted to give you a preliminary sense of how the increase in revenue and the savings in the general fund operational departments, as well as in debt service, will impact your estimated fund balance. Again, your finalized audited fund balance will be presented in January after it's looked at by the auditors. We still are doing field work and making adjustments, but your general fund, if you look in the second column, estimated fund balance, that is the fund balance we projected in the fiscal year 21-22 adopted budget. So this was in May, where we thought we would end up when we closed the books on June 30th. We've taken into account the various revenues, our transfers in, as well as our expenditures and our transfers out to result in your net change fund balance. And then you see your last column is what we estimate our fund balance to be as of September 3rd. And so if you look at the general fund, again, that combination of property tax, the state sales tax, as well as other revenues come out to 19.3 million. The expenditures and transfers out to the other departments, 18.3 million. So again, we expect the general fund to end with a gain of 980,000. You can see that then if we take our audited fund balance, column 1, and add our net change fund balance, that's how we come up with our estimated fund balance and how we expect to end June 30th. And when we present our annual comprehensive financial report and financial statements in January, to be close to this number. The Fund 102, that's your TOT. Again, we projected that we would increase over our revenue by 2.5. We've actually increased closer to 2.9, and we do expect, as I showed in the pie chart, that our TOT will be close to $5.3 million. So again, that will grow our fund balance in the TOT. Again, as council is aware, with the impact of COVID in fiscal year 1920, we did actually have to use some of the fund balance in Fund 102 to close the gap. And so really we look at this year as being able to replenish the fund balance that we lost, as well as grow that fund balance to be used in the future as council determines. Gas tax, transportation safety, again, those came in a little bit less than we expected in terms of revenue. Those are used to fund our streets projects. We didn't have a street project in fiscal year 2021, so no transfers out, and those fund balances will grow. And in fiscal year 21-22, as part of the adopted budget, we did bring over or roll forward some of that prior year fund balance to augment the streets project. COPS is pretty straightforward, revenue close to what we expected and what we transferred into the general fund to pay for our police department. Not much activity in parking in lieu or asset seizure other than interest to those accounts. Again, our sales tax measure, that revenue came in stronger than we expected. We also had planned on using some of that sales tax measure to fund our debt service, and we didn't need to make those payments due to the reduced Sunset Center bond. So you see a growth in the sales tax measure, Fund 206. Again, capital projects, a lot of timing related activity there. Prior fund balance related to projects that closed out under budget, as well as on some of the projects that hadn't fully started or were completed by June 30th. Debt service, we've spoken about this issue, I think, throughout the presentation. Workers' comp, do expect to end the year negative, a little more activity there than we anticipated. That's an issue that we're addressing as part of the fiscal year 21-22 budget. OPEB, just our interest payment, and again, our vehicle and equipment fund, and this is the funds that are available for use. We expected due to some late payments of prior year projects to end the fund in a negative position. We did fund some additional patrol vehicles in April, which is reflected in your expenditures and transfers out. Again, we do expect the fund to end a little more positively, again, due to timing issues. So what I think is important to look at is the total. So when we look at the budget, there's two components. We always look at, per the earlier slides, of revenue and expenses. We look at the budget and then we look at our actual, and then we see how well we did in terms of our projection. But really what's more important and what's going to grow your fund balance is what were your actuals in terms of revenue and what were your actuals in terms of expenditures. And if your revenues are greater than your expenditures, then you have a surplus. And so you do see across all the various funds, we do expect growth of about 5.4 million. Again, the driver being the unexpected performance of the TOT at 2.9. And so again, we expect June 30th to end close to 18.7 million. Which again, better than we thought just this a few months ago in May, and definitely will put us in good standing financially compared to our audited fund balance of June 2020. So again, the purpose of tonight's presentation is to provide an update to Council on our budget status for the fiscal year that just ended on June 30th. Of course, answer any questions that Council has, knowing that we will be back at the beginning of the new calendar year with our audited financial statements. And again, per the adopted resolution, authorize transfers between the departments as needed to close some of the departments that will end over their budget. But again, our overall budget appropriation is under the budget. So we haven't overspent, just need to make some of those transfers between the departments as part of the technical year-end close. With that, I really appreciate your attention and available to answer any questions you have.
Sharon, thank you. We really appreciate your hard work. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Questions of Sharon by council members before I open it up to the public? Carrie?
Sharon, you usually provide a nice table of the transfers. And is that because you're not quite ready to put the actual numbers? But usually we have a table that says what the transfers are going into and out of.
Council member, we can provide that. For the purpose of the presentation, the revenue and the transfers were combined together in that column, as well as then the expenditures and the transfers out. But we do have, have those two columns, and they were just consolidated to make it somewhat readable during the presentation. The transfers, I can tell you, though, are based exactly as adopted. Because the revenues did come in. So we transferred the 2.5 million of the TOT, which was our adopted revenue, into the general fund. We're not transferring in more because that's what we plan to use. The balance stays in the TOT fund. Same with our Measure C. We budgeted the 3.05 million. Again, that's what we budgeted. If the revenue came in greater, we only will close the books using what we budgeted. The rest stays in that fund balance pot. And in prior years when the revenue hasn't come in, then that's when you see where we have to then reduce what we expected to budget or bring those transfers in from the fund balance. But this year it's as budgeted, with the exception of the debt service. We didn't need to transfer as much into debt service because we had the reduced payments due to refinancing the Sunset Center.
Thank you for that clarification.
I'm sorry, council member.
Go ahead, Chip.
It's in the written report, but just as a reminder, when the pandemic hit and we had a collapse in visitor trade and traffic, we were forced to use I think it was 1.4 million of TOT, so transit occupancy tax fund balance, to balance last fiscal year. So, luckily, again, we had that money in that funds to help balance the budget last fiscal year. And again, it's written in there, but we're very fortunate. And I just want to, again, thank hospitality. And it's not all of hospitality, it's really the hotels who really made this fiscal year as robust as it did. And our marketing partners certainly had a hand in that, but the hats off to the innkeepers for keeping the lights on and welcoming guests in a safe and responsible way.
Especially with the short staff. Thank you, Chip.
Jeff?
Thank you. Earlier in the evening, Sharon, we approved a $50,000 budget amendment for the police station. And you provided a little chart that said we're moving money from this budget category to that budget category. And now, as part of this resolution, you're asking us to make a whole bunch of transfers in the sort of, I guess, in the 2020, 2021 budget. Right. So you're asking for permission to do a whole bunch of little transfers like that $50,000 transfer. Is that right?
Somewhat, council member. So what we're asking through the budget resolution is the general fund, operating budget, the departments, and maybe I can go back here, share my screen. Sure. Oops. Bear with me. Okay. Can you all see that? So what we're asking is, and I believe the resolution, we would likely take the savings in the police department and transfer those savings to city attorney, administration, fire, and public works. Again,
so those are the numbers. This page is basically a list of the transfers that you're going to do to sort of reconcile the end of the 2020-2021 budget?
Correct, just in the general fund. So numbers that you saw in terms of our overall expenditures, they're the same, right? It's going to be the 18.3. We're just going to move some of the savings into these other departments so that they're all balanced. And it's just a technical adjustment. And
Okay.
again, the numbers will be pretty close to these. They may be slightly different. Again, we're working with the auditor controller to make adjustments, but I don't anticipate any large outstanding bill to come through at this point in time. So they'll be pretty close.
So if I'm an interested observer and I want to look at the beginning, I want to compare the final budget with the budget we approved a year ago. Let's say I want to do this 2 years from now. What I would do is I would get a copy of the adopted budget, and then I would get a copy of the sort of audited budget at the end of the year that you're going to produce for us at the beginning of the year. And I would compare, say, the adopted police budget versus the audited police budget. And I would be able to figure out at that point that the police came in $271,041 under the money that we had allocated them, correct?
Correct. In our budget book, we'll, as part of our appendix, we'll always have the adopted budget, and then we have the amended, and we have the prior year actual. So then you can actually, see how the different years ended, which also helps us for budgeting. In terms of your other question, so that's the only adjustment we're asking for permission to do. Again, the municipal code requires appropriations between departmental line items to have council approval. The adjustment earlier this evening in the vehicle and equipment fund, you see here that we expect the fund to end with this number. That's because of the $50,000 that you've already appropriated in April was included. It was included here, but it wasn't spent. So what we just asked is to carry that over into the new fiscal year. So basically reappropriate it and carry it over into the new fiscal year versus doing any technical cleaning up of the fiscal year 2021. Does that make sense? So basically you didn't spend it, so we're asking you to reappropriate it, but it has nothing to do with any of the transfers for 2021.
Yes. Thank you, Sharon.
Yeah, I hope that was clear and not too confusing or too technical.
Any other questions by council members?
Yes. Yes, this budgeting and all these things are a little new to me. So was the savings in the police department because we had those unfilled positions? Is that primarily where that came from? So we would actually prefer to have those positions filled rather than have that adjustment. Is that correct?
Right. Correct, council member. It's primarily unanticipated vacancies, and then there was also some savings in contractual services. But we would, and I'm your budget manager, and I like to say I'd rather have seen that number be closer to budget target and have those positions filled as well from an operational perspective.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Bobby?
Yeah, this might be for Chip or Paul. Wasn't part of that also because Chief Tomasi was monitoring overtime this past year?
Yes, sir. I mean, we have, again, we've got currently 4 vacancies as sworn police officers, but we budgeted for a commander position, which we didn't fill in the last year. So it's a combination of salaries and benefits, including overtime, council member, that would contribute to that. You hate to call it a surplus, but that basically the underspending for the last fiscal year.
Well, I just wanted to give Chief Tomasi a pat on the back.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
On his way out the door. All right, anybody else that have questions of staff? All right, Sino, I'll take it out to the public. Is there anybody in the public wishing to comment on this item tonight? Ashley, what do you think?
Mr. Mayor, I am not seeing anybody. Looks like they're jumping in on this.
All right, I'll close the public comment period, bring it back to council for direction and decision. Council members? I guess I might kick off this just by saying, you know, when we went through this budget the last time, and I said repetitively, it was the 26th budget I'd ever done, and it was the worst, the toughest decisions we ever made. And I think, Chip, you deserve a lot of credit, along with all of your departments, for going ahead and having the courage to say, we've got to cut. You laid off people who you knew, that you looked them in the eye, you knew their family, you sent them Christmas cards, birthday greetings, and yet you went ahead and did the right thing. So to be in a position where our income is positive and our expenditures are negative, that's a good place to be, whether you're in the public sector or the private sector. That's a great business model. But it was not an easy decision. To go ahead and do no capital improvement projects, go ahead and actually put a pause on everything with a sudden stop. I mean, I've been around for a while, unfortunately, but I've seen floods, I've seen recessions, I've seen terrorist attacks that have affected the economy in Monterey County. I've never seen anything like this, but for us to be in this position is something we should be very, very proud of. Not just us, but the community as a whole. If the business sector hadn't stepped up and said, we can continue to operate, we're gonna need your help, we're gonna go ahead and continue to operate, do the best we can. We did pretty damn well. I'm very, very proud of that for the council, but for our staff and also for Chip and his team, but also for the community as a whole. We pulled together on this. We got rowing in the right direction. Pretty choppy waters, but we made it through, so I'm proud. Thank you all.
Well said, Mayor. Yeah, I think we're in a great position. So when we go to our strategic planning, we need Chip and staff to come back and let us know where we can improve services, whether that's with staffing or some spending. So I look forward to those conversations.
Cautious optimism. All right, well, could we get a motion out there, please?
Go ahead, Jeff.
I'll make the motion to adopt resolution 2021-56, authorizing the city administrator to make transfers of appropriations between departments as part of the fiscal year 2020-2021 year-end process.
I'll second that.
A motion and a second. Any other discussion? Bobby, your light's on.
My light's on?
No, you turned up for that second. All right, that noted. Ashley, could we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron.
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito.
Yes.
Councilmember Tice.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
Adopted unanimously. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, noting that item number 18 may take a little bit of time, there may be some discussion. I'm going to suggest we take about a 15-minute bio break, if everybody agrees with that. I think it's probably appropriate. So if we return to, let's say, 5 to 7, let's say 7 o'clock exactly. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll see you back here at 7. Go ahead and get a slight snack or something and get our fortitude up so we can get through this evening. Thank you.
go get him, champion. Do you want me to, sort of related, but I know there was some technical issues during the course of that. Thank you so much. Do you want me to hang out for a closed session afterwards? I think you were created as a host. Yeah, I don't know what the comfort level is like, maybe people out, but I think that there's issues. So in the 3 dots, that's where I think people out. Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. If you hang out for just 2 minutes, and I'll text you about that. Okay, yeah, I'll hang out.
All righty, it appears to me that it is 7 o'clock, end of our bio break. I believe all council members are present. Am I right, Ashley? Missing Bobby's there.
No.
All righty. All righty, why don't we resume then the work of this evening, which brings us to item number 19, which is consideration of extending the mandatory removal date beyond September 12th, 2021 for temporary parklets and temporary outdoor seating, including potential fees for parklets and outdoor seating in the public right-of-way. Brandon, I think this is your item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Council. See you tonight. I just really quickly, as I was putting this together, I wanted to sort of like editorialize a little bit here, but I realized that, you know, everybody knows this already, but there was just so much work put into this program over the last 16 months or so. I was going through old information to try to put together some requests prior to this, and realized that there was at least 10 reports over those 16 months that came to this council to talk about this topic. Of course, a lot of modifications to the program as the pandemic evolved over time. And I wanted to give some special shout outs. There's a lot of city employees involved in this, but you know, special shout outs to Marnie Waffle and Bo Grundy, who did a lot of real heavy lifting to get something like this set up out of the dust. This isn't something that existed for us prior to the pandemic. So I just wanted to give them a little shout out. I was sort of in awe of the effort that they put in as I was putting this together. So just wanted to mention that. So with that, I'll jump into tonight's item. Quick overview, as I often like to do, just to give you an idea of where we're going with the roadmap. First, I'll give a brief update on outdoor seating, the ad hoc committee update there. And then we'll jump into a consideration of whether or not to extend the restaurant parklet removal date of September 12th. And then we will go to talking about if it's going to be extended, considering a monthly rental fee for parklets. So first things first, just a brief update on the outdoor seating ad hoc committee. As you all know, there have been multiple meetings of this group, various stakeholders from the public. It's made up of our mayor and our Councilmember Richards. It is not a decision-making group. I think we're all familiar with that by now. Ad hoc committees are not decision-making groups. And most importantly, it has no relationship to the temporary parklet decision tonight that you'll be making. The September 1st meeting, they reviewed the public survey results, approximately 1,400 responses when that was adjusted for duplicates. They have forwarded, given staff recommendation to forward to the Planning Commission, which suggests the city continue to pursue some sort of permanent program. The Planning Commission will ultimately make a recommendation to the City Council to then make that determination. Should the city move forward with exploring a permanent program, or developing a permanent program, or not? Estimated timeline for that, I anticipate being able to get to the Planning Commission either October, that's a little ambitious, but November, that'll be our Planning Commission recommendation to the council. And then November or December, depending on what happens with the Planning Commission, that would be when it would come before this council for direction to staff on whether to actually start developing a program. So that's just a little update for you there on that. Jumping into the main event, temporary parklets, here's an overview. The program began in May of 2020, that should say, not 22, obviously, we're not even there yet. Allowed under the proclamation of local emergency, and done in large part to provide economic stability for the village. May 4th of this year, as you will recall, the council approved a phased removal plan after we returned to business as usual, which was the term that was coined, meaning that 100% indoors, no restrictions based on COVID things. This meant when we finally did hit that business as usual, which I think was June 15th, this meant that wine tasting shops would have been removed or needed to be removed on July 14th, and restaurants are scheduled to be removed on September 12th, which is coming up very soon. Of course, we know all wine tasting shop parklets have been removed. However, they are still allowed to use their outdoor private space. There are 33 restaurant parklets that still remain in the village. And as I mentioned, they are currently required to be removed by September 12th. So why are we here? Recent increased spread of COVID, most notably the Delta variant. We've had some things that have happened in recent time. Monterey County Health Department issued guidance about indoor masks. The county supervisors, actually tomorrow, will be considering an indoor mask mandate for the entire county, not just the unincorporated areas. And as we know, masks are currently required inside of all city buildings. due to that increased spread of COVID-19. Of course, we know there's heavy visitor traffic over our late summer months. It's a beautiful time to be here. That brings with it increased risk. And of course, reports from our businesses that guests are concerned to eat and drink inside. So with that, council is being asked to consider extension of restaurants' parklet removal dates at September 12th, and whether this includes bars operating as restaurants. If that would include extending the allowance for wine tasting shops to be in private outdoor space, and or if wine tasting shops would be allowed to reconstruct their parklets. So as we all know, it's no surprise that there's a lot of public opinion on this on both sides of the coin. And I always think it's important to tell a fair and equitable story so everyone gets their points heard. So on the keep parklet side of the conversation, we've heard the comments that guests are still afraid to go inside, would provide some additional economic recovery. There's still an uncertain future for COVID. Obviously, we've seen this happen once already. We don't know what's going to come down from the state. They do like to surprise us with regulations. It is problematic to change operations during busy season. That's something we've heard over and over again. And there are those who believe that they add to the character of the village. On the other side of the coin, which is always important to look at, we've heard that parklets bring parking and traffic issues. Safety concerns, car collisions, we've seen it in other jurisdictions, injuries. There's concern that it's an inappropriate private use of public land, inconsistency with our zoning and general plan and other regulations. There are those that feel they actually detract from the character of the village, which is important to note that you're always going to have two sides of a coin on this. And then they add to sidewalk congestion. So it is a fact that there is inconsistency with our city zoning and general plan. I have some examples on the screen here, things like businesses being conducted within enclosed buildings that pertains to wine tasting only, dining taking place on private property, chairs and tables not in the right of way, impacts to pedestrians. However, it's important to note that while the city is under a local emergency proclamation, the city can make rules to protect life, health, and safety. And so that's where we find ourselves right now. Even though there are regulations, we have an emergency order in place that is still effective. However, it is also important to note that when we set up the outdoor seating program, we are allowed to enforce rules associated with these temporary parklets. We have conditions of approval, things like how many seats are allowed in there, the size they have to be, certain appearance things. And I also note that we do currently have a contract compliance services available through CSG, where we can bolster that with weekends and evenings. So I just wanted to put that out there as well. So when we last met on August 3rd, the council asked for this item to come back for discussion. It was clear that the extension discussion needed to include a conversation about a monthly fee. The city has no previously adopted rental fee for parklets. We do have some adopted fees for things like contractor parking in the commercial district and special event parking spaces in the commercial district. So because there was no adopted already rental fee, staff tried to create a starting point for city council to consider some different methodologies. We reached out to property managers here in the city that take care of restaurant properties to try to get a per square foot cost for Carmel restaurant space. Again, this is not a triple net lease. This is just the lease cost at current rent space per seat, because sometimes for restaurants it's a per seat number. And then we are going to look at a couple methodologies related to those two parking fees we already do have in place for contractors and special events. So I'll run through these. The first place we started was the price per square foot. As I mentioned, there's various restaurants. These are real restaurants. Obviously the names have been protected, but these are on and off ocean. It's not just on ocean. It's not just off ocean. So you can see the monthly rents on the left-hand column and the cost per square foot. So we pulled that down into an average. So if you assume each parklet space, individual space is 140 square feet, because one parking space is about 7 feet by 20 feet. I know our parking spaces are all different sizes, but that's an average. You get to about $935 per month for a single space. And if you have two spaces, our larger parklets, it's about $1,870. So that's if you did it on a price per square foot equal to what it costs on average to rent restaurant space in the village. Price per seat, you can see it actually increases. The monthly rent is the same 5 restaurants with the number of seats. If you break it down by cost per seat, you end up with an average of about $218. Typically, we're looking at 8 seats per parklet. It does vary based on the size of the parklet, but just to take a broad average, 8 seats times our average rate gives us about $1,750 per single space. Again, that's one space. So you would double that for the larger parklets, which gets us to about $3,500 for a double space, and that's per seat. If we take the methodology of mirroring it off of our contractor parking in the commercial area, where contractors can reserve a specific spot per day in the commercial zoning districts, we currently charge $25 per day. So if you multiply that out for 30 days for 1 month, it gets you to $750 for a single space or $1,500 for a double space. And then the last one, same sort of methodology. This is for special events, reserving a space in a downtown commercial district. $100 per day for 30 days is $3,000 times 2 for a bigger parklet, $6,000. This doesn't include the $200 per day that we charge for Car Week or some of the December holidays, but we just took the regular special event per day cost right there. So just to recap those, I went through them pretty quickly, but you can see them there, the 4 bullets under recap of options based on our research. We have a per square foot model, a per seat model, a contractor parking fee model, and a special event parking fee model. Based on all of that, staff is recommending $842 per one space based on the per square foot model. I know it seems like a really specific number, but what we did was we took the per square foot model and we applied a 10% discount for outdoor space versus indoor space because of things like inclement weather. It may not be able to be used every day. And we also, to make it simple, suggest doing a flat rate regardless of whether you're on or off ocean. It's really important to note here that this is just a starting place. Staff wanted to bring something that at least was based on some sort of logic, as thin as it might be, that the city council can start. So the rent amount ultimately is at the discretion of the city council. It's not a fee for service, so we don't have to do a fee study. So there is a lot of discretion here for city council tonight. So with that, we are seeking direction, sort of 2 points here. One, the first question is, should the parklet removal date of September 12th be extended? If yes, how long should the extension be? Should it include bars operating as restaurants? Should it include allowing wine tasting shops to operate in the private outdoor space, continuing that program essentially? And should wine tasting shops be allowed to reapply for a parklet to reconstruct it? If no, then they go away on September 12th and we just continue down the road of long-term permanent discussions with the ad hoc committee, but we would essentially be done with the parklets and outdoor seating. But if yes, and they're allowed to remain past September 12th, the second question tonight for the city council is, should the city charge a monthly rental fee per parking space? If yes, what should that monthly rental fee be? It's up 100% at the council direction. You can decide, you have full discretion on this. However, staff is providing you a recommendation as a starting point. As I mentioned before, it's $842 per month for one parking space. So you would double that for the larger parklets. And with that, I am going to end my presentation and I'm available for questions.
Brandon, thank you. Appreciate your presentation. Council members, are there any questions of Brandon before I open this up to public comment? I'm not. Karen, then Jeff, I guess, and then Bobby. Okay, then Karen, then Bobby.
Yes. Would you clarify, is there also a prohibition of alcohol in the public right away in our normal circumstances?
I apologize. I don't know that off the top of my head, but I do see the city administrator shaking his head up and down. I imagine he knows that very well. So I'm guessing that answer to that question is yes.
It's not because I drink alcohol in the public right of way that I know the answer. It's because earlier tonight you did approve a special event. And so the council policy is that if there's service of alcohol on public property, whether it be in our main branch of the library or on Ocean Avenue or in Piccadilly Park or in Devendorf Park, it requires approval of council. So yes, Councilmember Filito, it requires special dispensation traditionally in a non-pandemic setting from the city council to serve alcohol in the right of way.
Bobby, did you have a question?
This was just a tag along. It's probably putting the cart before the horse, but if we were to charge, the staff have a recommendation of when we would start that charge. Would it be on September 13th or would it be on, October 1st?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. I'm just shooting from the hip here a little bit, but I would suggest that we start charging immediately after the parklets were supposed to go away. That would be a conversation, I guess, for City Council if we would prorate the second half of September, or how we would want to do that. The City Council, of course, could say, September, no charge, and then we start again in October. But it seems to me that the plan was for them to go away. And I did take away from the last couple of meetings that once they went past that threshold, there should be some fee. At least that was a general consensus from the City Council.
All right, any other questions for Brandon? All right, seeing none, I'll open this up for public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on this item. There's a 3-minute limitation on testimony. Please state your name for the record, and please, if there have to be a slight element of redundancy in this. So if you want to just save a little bit of time and not be so repetitive, you could say, I agree with Mr. Snerd, who just spoke earlier, and he has my support, or I disagree with him, or I do agree with somebody else. So just for simplicity's sake and time, expenditure of time, I think you'd be better off to let the council deliberate than be repetitive. So that noted, please, we'll open up the floor.
I see the Carmel Residents Association has their hand up, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead, CRA.
Great, thanks. Evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight, Tim Toomey here, representing the CRA board. And the Carmel residents have supported our local restaurants during this difficult time. And we ask the council to stand firm on the previously approved September 12th date to end the temporary restaurant public space parklets. Our reasons for this include the following. The County of Monterey Health Department continues to allow 100% indoor capacity with no restrictions. And I just received an email from the Pine Cone saying that data just came out that the new cases continue to decline. Using valuable parking for restaurant parklets limits other retailers' storefront access, and parking capacity remains a critical issue, as we all experienced this past holiday weekend. Pedestrian safety and traffic flow continue to be impacted. The look and the feel of many of the current temporary restaurant parklets do not add to the charm of our village, and they're not well maintained. And finally, outdoor seating was here before the pandemic and continues to be in approximately 30 of over the 50 village restaurants that have and continue to provide private outdoor seating space. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate it. Next speaker.
I see Stacy Steele has her hand raised. Stacy, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, City Council and Mayor Potter. I just want to say that I think, citizen here in the city, that the parklets are wonderful and they bring people and it's fun to sit outside, but some of them are awful looking and I don't know what the requirement was, but I'm just sitting here looking at my neighbor's fence. And when they made it, they moved in and made a 6-foot fence. They didn't know Carmel-by-the-Sea had to be 4 foot. So they completely had to redo their fence. They had to make it 4 feet. But when you go downtown, I mean, there's some of them, like, let me say for an example, on San Carlos across from Wells Fargo, the Carmel Bell, that whole area, you can see all of the storefronts. You can see, when you drive down the road, you can still see what's there. But some of the parklets, you drive by and they're wooden boxes with stuff. And I'm so sorry because I love those restaurants, but you can't see what's there. You can't even see their restaurant. And it just takes away from the charm of the village. I love them. I want them to stay, but I think the committee or whoever's in charge should just go around and look at them all and say, maybe that one, needs to change a little bit. But that's all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Next speaker. Don't be shy. Jack Galante.
Hi, all. Thanks so much. I know it's a long meeting. I just did want to say that last week we had a meeting with our staff, and we do every month. And I asked the question, I said, what is going on with the outdoor private seating in our private spaces on tasting rooms? And it was a very unanimously and quite loud reaction that people were saying that our office manager says that she gets calls regularly from people saying, do you have outdoor spaces? Many people still do come to our tasting room and my wife's tasting room and ask if we have an outdoor seating. We're still getting that from our staff as a major reaction. I'm talking, of course, about our private outdoor spaces. These are kind of somewhat separate issues in many ways, the outdoor private spaces versus the public spaces. So I'm just asking that consideration continue certainly for the outdoor private spaces that we already pay rent for at our tasting rooms. We maintain 100%, the city does not maintain. So we'd like to continue that definitely through these times until we can figure out a permanent solution for this. Also, one other just quick comment, and I do appreciate your consideration on the paid issues. I've been talking to this with several restaurateurs and different people. It's a very interesting concept, and one of the things that may be considered, I do not know if this council is going to consider at some time reinstating parklets for a short period of time or whatever for the tasting rooms that do not have outdoor private spaces. But one thing to consider is revenue. There is quite a big difference in revenue from a restaurant to a wine tasting room on a per seat basis. And sometimes to consider things like that, I know that's a really difficult thing to do, but just when you're making up your decisions on this, it is something to consider. And I just appreciate everybody's time and consideration on this. I know it's a difficult time, and we're getting through it. We're getting close to it. Winter's going to be coming soon. There's going to be probably less seating outdoors in general for everyone. But I just appreciate everyone's work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Ashley, I'm going to let you meter these people in so I don't miss anybody.
All right, I see Kim Stemler. Why don't you go ahead with your hand raised?
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. This has been a long meeting, a long year, a long 2 years. So ditto what Jack said. And I would also urge you to continue the private space use of tasting rooms. And then also to reconsider allowing the 6 tasting rooms that do not have access to private space to put up parklets again, and requiring them to have an aesthetic that meets the charm of the city, and ask that be done until the ABC and the state deny that. And right now it's through 12/31. So thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you, Kim.
Lydia, you had your hand up next. Go ahead.
Let's see if I can do this. Excellent. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for taking this moment to let me express myself. We really appreciate everything that the City Council and the Mayor has done to help keep us survive this situation. And to coin a phrase of what Mayor Potter said, I think we have to be cautiously optimistic as opposed to just knowing what's going to happen with COVID. That's my main concern, is us maybe doing a month-by-month extension just based on what's happening, because we really do not know. We cannot predict the future. And I think that the parklets do add charm, and I'm happy to have someone come by and say they don't like how this looks, or the aesthetic doesn't quite fit what the village wants to look like. We're always open to any kind of suggestions. And we get calls all the time, every day, asking to sit outside because people are still very concerned about their health and the health of their families. And so my recommendation, my hope, is that we can extend this just till we really know that this is we're really done with this, because we don't really know. I mean, this really hit us like a bomb. And one more thing, which is to take this all apart, which we have built up, which has cost thousands of dollars, to take it all apart. And then let's say something happens in December or January, there's kind of resurgence, and to have to put it back up again would be an absolute nightmare, I think. And that's what I think. So thank you very much. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia. Appreciate it.
Parker Logan, go ahead.
Good evening, all. Maybe we can take a little different perspective on this. And let me first ask a question. What is the purpose and the function of our government? Well, I think we probably agree, and you can chime in later in the comments later, but it's to provide leadership, public services, public safety, and economic security. And in dire times, economic assistance. So right now, I think the main focus should be supporting the economic system and public safety. This isn't a parklet design issue. This isn't a parking issue that we've had for decades, with or without parklets. This isn't an enforcement issue on who's going to tattletales that someone has a yellow umbrella. This isn't a revenue stream issue. The city's already received hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they're slated to get hundreds of thousands more. I'm pretty sure the litigation and the rights for that money appropriates it to use it for economic assistance to businesses that were gravely affected by this pandemic, which I've not received any. I don't know that I've spoken with any other restaurant that's received any funding from the city, any help whatsoever. In fact, we had to pay and build our own parklets, spending thousands, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars. I don't think anyone wants the city to be our landlord. There's other ways that we can kind of get that money to us. The proof is in the pudding. We're on a Zoom meeting now. Chip said he wasn't comfortable and he just can't risk it, having us even meet in person. But you expect us to all just close up shop and meet in person, or on the flip side, find a way to take money from us? That would increase my rent by 30%. If I wrote you a business plan, the city was my landlord, and I showed what my projections were, I wouldn't even get approved to be a tenant with how much you want to increase the cost of my bottom line. Maybe that doesn't hurt someone that sells $4 or $5 million a year and they're open for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but that's not, there's no even playing field for whether you're on Ocean Avenue or not. There should be no fee whatsoever. In fact, it's kind of a gross government overreach that bullies out smaller businesses and rewards the big ones who are willing to pay. I know some that have told me they've written letters saying, we will pay. You already have support of that. That doesn't mean you should take it, because that's not your job. Your job is to provide public safety and economic assistance. So Brandon Swanson quoted in the paper that it's an inappropriate private use of public land. It's not like we just popped up,
Parker, your
took
time
over
is
the
up.
city. No, I'm not done. There's more to
Yes,
be
you're
spoken.
done.
3 minutes isn't enough. You really got to give me some more time. I'd request another minute,
Sorry,
please.
Parker, your time is up. Okay?
Well, that's highly unfair.
No, sorry, that's the way the
There's a
rules
very
work.
important
Everybody gets
issue.
3 minutes,
3
Parker.
minutes
Mute him,
talking
would you
about
please,
public land.
Ashley?
It's even in your bylaws that more time is allowed for
Brandon?
public land.
Thank you. Stephanie, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Stephanie Locke, and I am here representing both myself and the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District. The Water Management District has been supportive of allowing outdoor seating to accommodate the reduced indoor seating capacity due to the pandemic. The district has suspended its outdoor seating limit enforcement until the end of April 2022, and will consider an extension if needed. So I think in terms of how outdoor seating is perceived on the peninsula right now, the Water District is very supportive of allowing more outdoor seating to accommodate the needs of people outdoors. As a resident, I agree that the outdoor arrangement is inconsistent with the zoning and general plan. However, these are unprecedented and hopefully temporary times. So as a resident of Carmel, I would greatly appreciate the ability to enjoy local restaurants' outdoor seating, especially those restaurants that don't have outdoor seating areas other than the public parking areas. My family and I are not comfortable dining indoors for various reasons. And I'm very aware that there has been a significant investment in many of the outdoor spaces. And I wish that you would please allow the continued use of outdoor parklets until we are able to return to comfortable indoor seating. And that includes our current, I understand that, yes, our current situation, we're reducing the number of COVID cases in the county right now, but we don't know what's coming. I would like to encourage the city also to enforce the standards for the parklets, and I think some are less attractive and less than safe, and maybe those could be addressed, but I just encourage the continued use of outdoor seating. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Next hand up is Nada. Go ahead.
This is my wife's Zoom. Yes, thank you all. I just want to reiterate, Parker does have a very, very valid point, and so does Stephanie. Thank you both. I just want to pose the question again, how much surplus do we have? I think it was Sharon who was saying we're approximately about $4 million above what we had budgeted for. So why are we considering nickel and diming any outdoor parklets when it's literally cents on the dollar in comparison to our surplus? I mean, it kind of is mind blowing. I mean, whether we get rid of them or whether we stay with it, but you know, asking for rent, I mean, I don't know what that's really going to do for the bottom, for the city budget. I mean, I don't know if that's just a bargaining token that some council members are using just to get rid of it. I mean, it really needs to go deeper than saying, you know, we're going to sort of say, you know, $2,000 for two parklets or 2 parking spaces. It's getting to be asinine at this point. Whether we get rid of it, whether we keep it, but it needs to end. I mean, the way we're going about this is just third world at this point. I mean, we're beating a dead horse. So whether we charge for it, we don't charge for it, we get rid of it, it needs to be resolved. I don't think it should be charged. We're still doing these meetings over Zoom. Obviously, people are scared. I've done the analytics. We're about 33% in terms of sales for my restaurant, Mission Bistro, in terms of outdoor dining, because people are afraid to eat outside. If we do decide to charge, you know, you're just adding hardships upon hardships. It's not fair to us, my employees, and I think we're going to go the way of the dodo if we start charging and people start taking their parklets away, and other cities are continuing to do it. People are going to start flocking away from here, going to other cities such as Paso and Napa that continue to do it and support their businesses. We're not doing that. We're fighting and fighting and fighting. And that's all I have to say. I'm tired of this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Richard, go ahead.
Thank you. So first, I had done an economic analysis of the value of a parking space to downtown business, which I shared with the ad hoc group, and conservatively, each parking space represents about $200,000 a year in revenue to downtown businesses, maybe $3,000 to $4,000 in sales tax. So, and if anybody, I haven't heard any counter to that, and that's a conservative estimate. My wife and I will not eat inside a restaurant right now with what's going on. We talked about back to business as usual. We may never get back to business as usual. I hope we do. And we may do it for a few months and some other pandemic will show up. So we have to be aware of that. As far as now, I would recommend the restaurants that have them, change it. The wine tasting rooms that have outside available outside seating, please let them keep it. I would not recommend reinstating the parklets for the outside, for the tasting rooms. But it's kept the town alive through the pandemic, and I think it's still necessary. Going forward, because that's also on the agenda, after, if things ever get back to usual, personally, I'd be happy to see all the parklets gone and the parking places back. The town is charming enough without them. If we were to continue them, I would recommend that it be for those restaurants that don't have alternative outside seating. It would be only in front of the businesses, the restaurant itself, not in front of adjacent businesses. I'm dealing with that in my business. High standards of both design and visual, and also operation. If you're going to have a parklet, if you're going to be taking up that space in the city, an outdoor cafe with people in it is a wonderful addition to the city. An outdoor cafe that's empty for several nights a week or several lunches a week is an eyesore. So there should be operational requirements. The park, the restaurants who decide to keep parklets should pay for them. Why did it freeze at 40 seconds? Anyway, should pay for them. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard.
Nita Moore, I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I need more time. Like I was saying, the inappropriate private use of public.
Classic.
Very clever. Who's up next? I don't see any other raised hands. So if you want to speak on this item, please.
Tony, go ahead.
Tony Salome for Anthony Michel. Thank you. As you probably already know, that during the past 1.5 months, there has been a tremendous increase in requests for outdoor dining. 2/3 of my business right now is outdoors at Anthony Michel. Because of that, I sincerely feel, and it's extremely important to keep the parklets at least through the end of this year. And I also do support a monthly rental fee for those who wants to keep their parklets. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Tony. Next speaker.
Ara, I see you. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Ara Asherian here. I'm not a restaurant owner and just a simple resident, but I want to thank you, Mayor, and the City Council and for the city staff for the great leadership that you've provided over the last 1.5 years or so that we've been going through this extraordinarily challenging time. I think the question of the parklets themselves has been answered. They've been a tremendous success. I think the budget update you just received shows that.
I think that.
Go ahead, keep going. I got that muted.
Oh, sorry. Shows that quite clearly. And I think the transient tax success that we had last year was in large part supported by the fact that we had parklets, not only for the restaurants, but for the bars and wineries and for the people who want to spend time in and around just a simple dining experience. And so I think there's a lot of demonstrated success here. There's a lot of demonstrated interest. Certainly agree that, there are standards to be upheld. But in terms of looking forward in the short term, with the CDC currently considering stopping the use of herd immunity as a phrase, because clearly the Delta variant is demonstrating that may not be the case and a new variant on the horizon. It's probably not the best time, given the investment and the success that we've had heretofore, to be just stopping, putting the brakes on this. I think, just continuing on for a bit and seeing how things evolve would be good, not only for those who are, whose businesses are dependent on this, but for the city tax revenues that have clearly benefited by the success of these parklets. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Don Galante, next.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you, Mayor and Council, for once again going to bat for this topic of outdoor seating. I just want to keep it really short for the sake of time. And I support what Kim and Jack, Stephanie, Lydia, all of them have said. The outdoor private patio space is still very much needed. And not just only in talking with our staff, I actually was on the floor all day on Sunday and experienced it firsthand as I was greeting customers and seating them. They still are feeling safe to be outdoors, even though they say we can be in 100%, it's just not there yet. So I appreciate all of your support in keeping us going. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
All right, who's up next? I don't see any other raised hands. Does anyone want to jump in?
Hi, it's David Fink.
All right, go ahead, David.
I firmly agree with what Stephanie Locke said earlier. You know, I'm a resident. I think outdoor dining has really added to the character of Carmel. I'm a restaurateur and hotelier. I think restaurants and hotels go hand in hand. And don't forget that we might be doing well now, but we're digging out of a huge hole from last year, and we're still not out of that hole. We're all trying to catch up, and we really appreciate the council allowing the parklets to continue. In July, 41% of our guests requested outdoor dining. In August, that went to 49%. So it's definitely not going backwards. We lose business when we can't seat outside because we don't have enough outside seats at Luca. We're okay at L'Auberge, but so I would just really encourage the council to extend the deadline. And like Tony, I'm also okay with paying some rent. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
All right, any other speakers? Anyone else on this item? Go ahead and unmute yourself if you're on your phone, *6. Bashar, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, hi everyone. Thank you so much for your time. So first of all, I want to thank also the residents that they are supporting the restaurants and understanding the hardship and what we're going through. Definitely, the city also has been a big supporter to us throughout the whole pandemic. I want to thank you as well, Stephanie, for speaking on the behalf of the Water District Management and also recognizing what we're going through and giving the time until April next year. However, on behalf of my restaurants, Demetra, Catch, and Portobello, definitely we need the outdoor. For now, it's because of safety. It's the uncertainty that we're going through. I support the fees. Definitely anything will support the city and the community. We're happy to be part of it and pay some fees to keep the park outside. However, there is a very important point that I would like to ask and also get an answer on. The rule was initially that we will have the parklets 90 days after 100% capacity indoor, no restrictions. And I believe that the county supervisors, they already giving to put a restriction, which is mandating masks indoor. So I believe this is a restriction that probably we should reset the 90 days to start again, because now we have restrictions. And the city definitely understand that. Apparently, they keep the meeting virtual because they know we cannot be indoor. So if we cannot meet indoor in the city, that means people also can't eat indoor. We need the outdoor as well. Safety-wise, I think we went through the busiest time concourse, and I think we went fine. We were safe throughout the whole pressure of the concourse. So for the winter now, we all know that we're going to slow down. So basically, we're not going to be worried much about really like a crowd and traffic like the concourse. So all we ask for, please, that understanding all that and give us time to go through this uncertainty with Delta variant or others. And thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bashar. Appreciate it.
Graham, go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. My name is Graham Robertson, a resident of Carmel for over 50 years. I initially was totally in support of the outdoor dining parklet program that was put into effect. However, as time has progressed, we've extended the parklet matter not only once, but now we're considering extending it twice past September 12th. The reality is we already have outdoor dining in Carmel. In 32 out of the 56 restaurants, there's an outdoor dining opportunity. I believe, and many other residents believe, that these parklets detract from the character and charm of the village that we all know and love and is known around the world. Secondly, it's a safety issue with all the traffic that we have in town, not only on Ocean Avenue, but on the side streets, which are more and more congested because of the parklets. And really, lastly, the parklets are really inequitable to the rest of the commercial district, specifically the retailers and the art gallery owners. Parking has always been an issue in Carmel. We're taking 58 parking places out of production. Each one of those parking places is hugely important to retailers in town. And without those parking places, I know it to be factually correct that people are not coming to town to shop in the retail stores because of the lack of parking. So I'm of the opinion that we should end the parklet program effective the 12th of September. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham.
Anybody else wishing to speak on this item? I don't see any hands raised at this point. So if you want to speak and you haven't already spoken, please unmute yourself and say your name. Ken, go ahead. I see you. Thank you.
Hi, Ken, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Ken Spilvogel, Flaherty's. I've had the honor of speaking to most of the city council folks in the last few weeks and the mayor. Pretty much understand how they feel. And on many levels, we've probably have let down some of the situation on decor and honoring, certain kind of ordinances. But all in all, we've done a great job. We've served Carmel very well. And we're asking for just a short reprieve from being taken down. This is not the time to take down. We've asked repeatedly to go to the end of the year, which makes sense. We'll be in a different season and we'll know more about what's happening in the future, at least on a month-to-month basis. Most of us have no problem with paying a monthly fee. The argument from a lot of the residents, respectfully, is about parking. The parking situation pretty much has disappeared. We barely have day trippers anymore, and we don't have an international business. So the parking issue as of this week is even better already today. We'll have some problems on Saturday. We always have problems on Saturday. We might have problems on Sunday lunch. We always have problems on Sunday lunch. So the parking issue is a moot point. It's not a problem. The payment towards parklet spaces will take away the 2 or 3 places that everybody talks about that are not set up well. That situation is going to disappear, hopefully very quickly. So I mean, the issues are just to not argue about it and give us a little bit more time and take care of the variance that's going to come up, that we have to deal with right now. There's another international variance that's coming about if you read the paper. And we don't know what's going to happen in the future, just like it was in January, February 2020. the arguments at that point in time were incredible. And we're in a similar situation. So why don't we just stop arguing and let us go a few more months and go into the new bump out, which we'll do, respectfully with the Planning Commission. And we can stop arguing about it because a lot of the arguments are no longer exist. We are in the fall. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Ken. Next speaker.
Lucinda Lloyd, go ahead.
Hi, Mayor Potter, members of the council. My name is Cindy Lloyd. I'm a resident of Carmel and have been for almost 80 years, give and take a few years when I lived elsewhere. I can certainly understand the arguments on behalf of the restaurateurs in town, and I was initially very sympathetic with them in the stages when Chip initiated his emergency ruling on putting up parklets. What I've observed over time is that some of them are maintained very well and others are not. The ones that are not detract tremendously from Carmel. On the whole, I don't think any of them truly add to the ambiance of Carmel as it was initially determined for the residents of the city. I can't give you any kind of specific, but my observation as I am in town doing what I do when I'm taking care of the arch planting is that there are a lot of day trippers in town, and it seems as though the town is being used as kind of a place for some type of entertainment. Maybe that's an okay thing, but I do think that there's a safety issue. We've been really lucky nobody's run into one of them when people are there. There's inconsistency with the look of them and with the maintenance of them. So I'm not in favor of keeping it going forward, but if it does go forward, I do favor charging. And I want to say that I think that Graham Robertson's comments are spot on. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else? Last call. Ashley, what do you think?
I think we're clear, Mr. Mayor. I don't see anybody trying to unmute or raising their hands, so.
All right, that noted, then I'm going to close the public comment session of this meeting and bring it back to council. Brandon, did you have anything you'd like to say based on the comments you've heard?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't hear a lot of questions. Just one little clarification. I think I heard somewhere in there a quote that might have been attributed to me about saying that these were inconsistent or inappropriate use of public space. That was actually from, I believe, the staff report, and I think you saw it in my presentation too. Those were the 4 parklets, or the keep parklets and the remove parklets. Those were the public opinions, the 2 sides of the coin that I talked about. So if there was a quote that is attributed to me, it may have just been pulled out of the staff report for this meeting. So I just wanted to clarify that. Certainly, if the city's been in support of these for nearly a year and a half, it doesn't mean that we think they're an inappropriate use of public space because we have an emergency proclamation. So I just wanted to clear up that. Thank you.
Appreciate that clarification. Thank you. All right, council members, discussion, observations, questions, comments.
Yes, I'll go first, Mayor. I'll break this up. So like all of us, right, this has been top of the brain for some time now. And while I appreciate all the people that spoke today, especially, Tim, appreciate what you had to say in regard to the CRA. And I hear it, and I'm really listening to everybody, truly. But what comes down to it for me is what's best for the residents. That's going to be my denominator is what's best for the residents, both fiscally and safety. And I guess I'm looking at safety from a different angle than what was spoken about today. I'm looking at safety from keeping people safe from the virus. Tim had mentioned that the Pinecone just put out that the numbers are declining, and that's true, yes. KSBW just put out that 15 kids were tested positive in the past 2 weeks at Carmel High. So it's kind of a mixed bag is what we're getting. And for me, what makes most sense for those two, for fiscally sound and safety to our residents, is to allow the parklets 30 more days. I'm willing to go through this every month until we feel safe about indoor dining completely. It takes a lot of time and energy from all of the council members. And I appreciate, and I hope nobody's mad at me for saying this, but I would be willing to do this every 30 days or every 2 weeks if possible, because I think they do detract from the character, the charm. I think they take away from the architecture of our buildings. For so many reasons, I want to see them gone. But for two big reasons, and that's fiscally beneficial to our town. I think the hotels can use them to sell rooms. And I think it's part of the goal is to have those heads in beds, because you can see what the TOT numbers do for us. So I'm in favor of leaving them at 30 days. I'm in favor of charging, and I'm looking forward to them coming off.
Thank you, Bobby. Anybody else? Jeff.
Thank you. I'm happy to step into the hornet's nest here and go second. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for coming. It's good to see more people on Zoom rather than just speaking into their phone. And before I start, I want to give an extra special shout out to Kim Stemler. I'm sorry I haven't responded to any of your emails about the work that you're doing with respect to vaccinations and testing. I think what you're doing there is completely spectacular and underappreciated. So thank you for all that you do, all that you're doing there. This is difficult. I want to recount, last Monday night, I walked through town. It was about 7 o'clock, and I started. Carrie knows the route I take. I climb up to Carrie's hotel from my house, and then I wander back through downtown. And this is what I saw. I walked past Brophy's packed inside, and I'm gonna say the restaurants, but I don't mean any disrespect. I walked past Brophy's. Brophy's was packed inside, parklet, half empty. I walked past Bistro Giovanni. Bistro Giovanni was packed inside. The outdoor seating that they have on the side of the restaurant was packed. Their parklet was deserted. I walked down Ocean Avenue. I walked over to BC Clet. BC Clet was completely packed inside. The parklet was completely packed inside. There were 20 people lingering on the sidewalk. I walk over to Dimitra. The story is exactly the same. I walked past Mr. Fink's restaurant, BC Clet. It was closed. I walked past Bashar's other restaurants, Catch and Portobello, and they're also packed inside, and the parklets are packed. And so the notion, what I'm having trouble with here is the notion that people won't go inside due to the increased risk of COVID. And I know that there are people, and there especially people that have children that are unvaccinated, that face a completely different set of circumstances than I do, not having an unvaccinated member of my family. I appreciate that. But from the restaurant's perspective, from the perspective of continuing business, there's not a problem here from what I saw on a Monday night. And, this just makes it very difficult for me. And what I see, when I extrapolate back from these restaurants, what I see is, the atmosphere around the restaurants, especially the ones that are packed and have people on the sidewalk, is, an atmosphere that resembles Times Square a little bit. I mean, it's basically the sidewalks are sort of out of control. And when I walk past La Belena, or I walk past the other places on Junipero, or some of the places on the other side of town, what I see are restaurants on Mondays that are closed because they can't get enough people. They can't get people to work, which is an often heard refrain these days. And some of the reason that they can't get people to work or people to visit their restaurants is because all of the customers in town, I think, are eating at the same 6 restaurants. Part of the charm of Carmel, the Carmel that I love, and I think a lot of the residents love, is that Carmel is a big, vast, downtown area with restaurants like Il Grillo, which is now the Village Gem, or Jaffa. These places on the outside of town run a good business, and they're quiet and they're in quiet areas. And what we see now are lots of people congregated around the same place, and very little business outside of the outer core of the restaurants. And it bothers me that these restaurants are basically taking the business, or people are going to these places because of, as Chip would call it, the notice attracting feature of the parklets, and they're not exploring outside of downtown to the places that are don't pay the rent of being in town. The other thing that strikes me is there are some restaurants, and for example, places in the plaza that simply can't have outdoor seating. There are some restaurants in town that pay for outdoor seating. Grazing's has, to name one, has an entire patio on the top. Basil has that. Basil has the alley behind their restaurant, just like Bistro Giovanni does. And a lot of these restaurants have paid for their outdoor seating. And I realize that we're talking now about charging rent to places on the street, but it is an unfair business model for, to name one, just the Alvarado Street Brewery to be sort of stuck inside the plaza, or the Carmel Coffee House to be sort of stuck inside the plaza and not have this option. So I think that, this program, while well-intended, has ended up at this point at sort of disadvantaging the restaurants that are not able to have these parklets. And that really bothers me. Carrie spoke at the last meeting about serving all the customers, and yet other people tonight have remarked that 30 restaurants have outdoor seating. There is outdoor seating in town. It's not at Demetra and it's not at BC Colette, but it is at Grazing's and it is at Basil and it is at Bistro Giovanni. There's lots of outdoor seating in town. So I don't, that argument just doesn't ring true to me. And finally, a lot of people have remarked both positively and negatively about the character of the parklets, in the village. But I forget who it was that remarked, I think it was Richard, that remarked about parklets that are empty during the week. And, my time downtown and a lot of residents' time downtown is in the morning hours when downtown is pretty quiet. And I've spoken about that a lot, about the downtown that I love, walking past all the storefronts and the wine tasting rooms and all that, and kind of looking in the windows. And, that view of downtown, that experience that I have downtown, and I think a lot of residents have downtown. John near me, who drives into downtown every morning to get a cup of coffee, that used to go to Mo's old place, the Carmel Coffee House. It's, downtown is different, and I'm sure Karen's going to say this, but it's just kind of dirty. People have remarked that this is the city's fault for not enforcing design standards. And the trouble I have is that we all should be proud of the city. And what happens in some of the parklets, walking past some of the parklets on Monday mornings, is just really disappointing. Parklets that are composed of wine barrels, where people have just put wine barrels in the streets, those are just disappointing. And it feels like the city has been sort of abandoned by these restaurateurs that feel like it's okay to put this stuff on the street. And it is just stuff, it's just stuff that they went to Home Depot and got. And there are a lot of parklets that are attractive and that that look good, but there are a lot that just aren't taken care of, and it's tiring. We've been talking about this for 18 months, and it's tiring. And so I'm afraid that right now I won't be supporting a continuation of the. So I'm sorry. So I'm afraid that right now I won't be supporting an extension of the parklets. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
I'm sorry, Carrie. I was just saying the public comment period is closed.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, once again, we're here discussing parklets. And as Jeff said, it's been a long 18 months. It's a difficult decision. But we're looking at a temporary, once again, from my standpoint, we're looking at a temporary situation. And you know, if we were sitting here and we didn't have a Delta variant and kids could get vaccinated and people were still not feeling comfortable, I'm all for getting rid of them. But we're not there yet. That is what concerns me. I think the point that the city doesn't even feel comfortable having indoor meetings is a good one. And why did we do that? Because we are thinking about safety.
Jeff, I don't like the aesthetic of your background over here for background.
Excuse me. Why is it that the state, the water management district has said to extend the possibility of having outdoor dining till the end of the year, but the city of Carmel knows better and says that we should end it? When we made that decision on September 12th, it was because we thought things were getting better. And, you know, I understand people are tired. You know, I too am frustrated that some of the restaurateurs do not take pride of ownership in what they display. And that hurts the restaurants. That, you know, every morning I look at my sidewalk and make sure there's not a piece of trash on it. So I'm a business owner. I know all about that. So, you know, I think the restaurants could help themselves by taking that pride of ownership and taking that extra effort so it is not an eyesore for people. And because I know it takes more time, but, you know, that's your responsibility. I think, unfortunately, from my point of view, we need to stay flexible. And I agree with Bobby that we need to look at safety. And so we need to continue the parklets until we feel that this is over. And one reason that the city has done so well during these times is because we've been flexible. And unfortunately with COVID, you can't be rigid. You don't know what's coming tomorrow. The county could be voting tomorrow to require masks indoors for everybody, even the cities. So then what do we do? So, you know, that's where I come from. I really want people to be safe and I want people to have options. The reason I brought up the charging for them is because I felt there were people that were not using them and still had them out there. And I didn't feel that was fair. So I'm a little on the fence about charging because I understand the issue of the reason we also I thought about charging is we did have a budget that was very lean, and it does take a lot of staff time to oversee this. So that was part of the compensation for that. Obviously, as somebody pointed out, our budget is much better than we expected. So I'm a little on the fence on charging, but I do feel that we need to continue them. In terms of the wine tasting, if they have wine tasting in the public right away, I mean, in the private area, in the private area, I'm okay with them continuing. Right now, we have 33 parklets that are being used, so I really don't feel that is a huge parking issue, since now we're getting out of summer and we're going to be going into a little slower time. So I don't think 33 parking spots is impacting our parking issue as much as we think it is. So that's what I have to say right now, Mayor.
Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate it.
One more thing.
Yeah.
I really can't do this on a monthly basis. I'm sorry, I can't have this discussion on a monthly basis. You know, I'm getting tired. I think we're all getting tired. The restaurants, I think, need to plan a little better. So, you know, if we want to do it, I would be okay with through the middle of January, just to get through the good weather and what's going to happen, and then revisit it. But I can't do it monthly. I can't do that. Thank you.
Karen. Thank you, Carrie.
Yes, I've heard a lot of things tonight, and there are some things that haven't been discussed. I don't believe that any restaurant in town has decided to be proactive and require vaccinations, as many in San Francisco have done. And I think that that would help people feel more comfortable indoors if they knew the staffs were all completely vaccinated and that vaccinations were going to be part of what it took to enter that restaurant. I have not seen that initiative coming from the restaurants. I am concerned about safety. I have been the entire time. I don't like propane tanks all over downtown. Sometimes they're even unsecured. You see an open doorway and you see 5 or 6 propane tanks just sitting there. That bothers me. If I didn't see restaurants packed to the gills inside, maybe I would be more compelled to understand, but I see them packed. And I think the minute that the weather is a little bit bad, they'll all be packed at all times. I do think there's an equity issue about other businesses. I do believe that there are people who are avoiding coming downtown. And the way it is now, it is like walking through a restaurant. When the county, if the county mandates a mask indoors tomorrow, they're not going to say you have to eat with a mask on. It's while you're indoors at a meeting or indoors with a group of people. You will be allowed to eat without a mask indoors. But I'm very troubled by the fact that there doesn't seem to be an end. The end was supposed to actually be December 31st, and then it was, I think, May 31st, and then it was September 12th, and then it's going to be, oh, don't close, it's going to be Christmas, oh, it's Valentine's, we've got to stay open. I can't support an extension at this point. I'm really thinking about the residents. I'm thinking about downtown residents who are literally living in the restaurants in a way, some of them. And I'm thinking about the other retailers and the other shops that have not been given this same subsidy all of these months. Someone mentioned that the money from some of the stimulus should have gone to the restaurants directly. Well, we actually did in-kind subsidies of these restaurants with our staff time to help create them, and also to go around and keep them in line and so forth, and not charging fees for that to begin with. So I thought Jeff made some excellent points, and I cannot support the extension.
All righty, well, that seems pretty obvious. So I guess I'll weigh in here. First of all, in the fee, I don't have a problem with the $842. If you do the math on it, divide that by 30, let's say you're up in 30 days, that's $28 a day. If you did it for 25 days, that's $33 a day. Doesn't seem to me that that's profit, that's going to hurt your bottom line very much, regardless of whether you're running a coffee shop, a bar, or a restaurant. I don't think the fee's usurious in it by any stretch of the imagination. I also think it's appropriate. If contractors have to pay for the use of the spot, why wouldn't somebody who's making money specifically off of that space instead of the convenience of being able to rent a parking space for a construction project? You know, I kind of agree with Carrie in that I don't really want to review this every 30 days. But on the other hand, I mean, I don't want to have this fail because we got ideologically divided on how long we're going to see it. This is, you know, I kind of pride myself in being able to manage a meeting. I don't like managing these meetings because they're sort of divisive. We always end up with split votes on this topic, but visiting every month would be kind of difficult. But on the other hand, if that's what it's going to take to go ahead and say we want to go ahead and allow this monitoring of the variant to go on a regular basis, that may be what it takes. But for me, I do think that we don't know what the future looks like. I said it last month when we visited this topic that it's a very unknown climate that we're in right now. I'm going to support the continuance of them. I do not want to continue this forever. I agree with everybody on that. But we do not know what the future looks like. We don't know what the Board of Supervisors is going to do. But what we could do is maybe go for 30 days. And then at the next meeting, if they do get more draconian, or the situation gets worse, we could extend it for a more extended period of time. But I'll leave that up to you guys. Bobby.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm sorry. I will have to take a hard line on this. I'm not comfortable with going longer than 30 days on this round. I just don't think it's fair to the city. I don't think it's fair to the character of the city. I don't think it's fair for the residents that are having to deal with this. I think it's appropriate, and sometimes our job is tough, and I know that. That's why I apologized when I made the comment that I'm willing to do it every 30 days. I don't like the meetings, like these types of meetings, any more than anyone else. I just think it's that important of an issue. So I need it to be 30 days for it to get my support.
All righty. Well,
Bobby, could you do at least 60 days here? I mean, that would get us through October, November.
I'm sorry, Carrie, because then it'll be Thanksgiving will be around the corner, and I'll have to hear this whole Thanksgiving issue. And then the next will be Christmas and New Year's, and I'll have to hear that issue. So if the sooner that we can get them off, I think the better off we will be. So I like the mayor's idea of let's look at it in 30 days and then go to a 60-day if needed. But let's just talk about it in 30 days. And if restaurateurs and residents know that we're taking a look at it this way, maybe we won't have to have so much public comment on it. But I'm sorry, I'm being fairly inflexible, but partly because I could side with Jeff and Karen so easily. Jeff brought up some really great points. And I think some of the outlying restaurants, the Les Cargots and the other ones that he mentioned, do suffer a little bit. But I'm willing to look at it again in 30 days.
Well, it sounds like it's 30 days or nothing. So I'll back up another 30 days, I guess, Bobby. But I mean, really, I agree with Carrie. If we get 30 days out and it's the same situation or worse, I'm going to want to push it out a little bit, or we're going to curtail a program, one or the other. Carrie, what do you think? You're muted.
I'll take what I can get at this point. 30 days. It's hard on the restaurants too, having to go through, having things up in the air. And you know that as well as I do, Bobby, as a business owner. I think for people's safety, we need to extend it. If 30 days is it, I'll go with 30 days. But if that's it, that's it, I guess.
Carrie, I appreciate that. So what about the fee? Where are you guys on the fee? $842 a month.
I'm fine with that recommendation.
As I said before, I don't see that as being usurious by any stretch of imagination.
No, I think that works out to be $1 a seat a day.
I'm good with the fee. I think it's time. If people really feel that it's worth keeping the parklets, then this helps that.
Karen, did you want to say something?
Yes, I have a question. We're just now going to set up another thing for the staff to do. Collect the fees. Who's going to collect the fees? Who's going to keep track of who didn't pay their fees? Who's going to, I don't understand that. Not for $842 a month. I think they're worth a lot more than that. And I think the reality of enhanced outdoor dining at some point is going to have some real reality at what these parking spaces are actually worth. They're worth a lot more than $842 a month.
All right, well, there was a question in there, I think. I think the question was how much of a burden this is going to be on staff. Brandon, that's to you, I believe, to go ahead. And I mean, we pay for fees and all the time, and it's part of doing business in my mind, but Brandon.
Well, let me offer something. I'm sorry if to cut you off, Brandon, Mr. Mayor. So if this is the route you're going, my suggestion is you begin to charge fees on the 13th. And for any restaurateur that fails to pay the fees, within a day or two, are prohibited from doing so. They need to get out of the street. We do have, as Brandon said, we have hired extra code compliance. So maybe we can pivot some of the code compliance to the residential districts, which has been neglected in the last year because of how much time we've spent monitoring the outdoor seating in the commercial district, and that we can perhaps assign Bo or someone else in Brandon's office, but it's not a very thick bench up there, deep bench up in planning and building, to monitor and collect payments, et cetera. Brandon, what do you think?
No, Chip, I think you said it really well. We are stretched thin. I started my whole presentation off with just, giving some kudos for how much work has gone into this. Setting up a fee collection program, running people down, making sure we're getting the payments. It's not just community planning and building. We have a finance team that's going to be involved in processing those payments and making sure they get in the right accounts and tracking. So there is work associated with it. So I think that's a fair point brought up by the council member. But it's something ultimately at the discretion of the city council. I think we tell you that it takes work. Some other things may take longer to do because it is another duty on our plate. But as Chip said, we do have some extra resources when it comes to code compliance. Ultimately, it's a policy decision for the city council, but it will take more work. I can say that.
It also generates about $28,000 a month in revenue if everybody went for it, which I don't think they're going to, but Carrie?
Well, if we were going to extend the parklets a longer period of time, I would say start charging the fee. But if we're going to revisit this in 30 days, I don't think it's worth starting that program. So that's, if we were going out 30 or 60 days or 90 days to revisit, I would say yes. But I am concerned about the staff bandwidth there. And if we're going to revisit this again in 30 days, then decide to get rid of them, that's kind of all for naught.
All right, so where are we then on the wine tasting? Do you let them go back out into the parklets or not? My feeling is that the ones that there was really only one that was of any very high quality, and to be quite frank with you. I mean, honestly, there was barrels put out there that didn't meet the safety design. The criteria for, aesthetics was pretty low bar. So I really don't know whether that's worth doing or not. I mean, I'm looking to my colleagues for direction on that, but I really hate to say it, but I don't really see the point.
I agree with you, Mayor, in terms of allowing the wine tasting rooms to continue with private patio space, but not public space.
Anybody else want to weigh in on that? Bobby?
Yeah, I would agree with it. The private space, just like we have it at the moment, the current product.
All right.
But I would say that I'm so sorry, Carrie, but I would say no. We need to charge from the get-go, whether it's 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, because the 30 days, if we do charge, it will get some of those parklets off that aren't being used. And so I would say it's the matter of collecting a check. And so I think it's worth it for our staff to collect. If they can collect $15,000, it's money well spent. Staff time.
I'm good with that.
So there you said it. You're just trying to bully us out by way to go.
Mr. Mayor, I would suggest that you have two discrete decisions here. Deal first with whether to extend, because and then take up the issue of the fee.
Yep.
Because you may have council members that vote, both ways or either way on.
That's why I was going to bifurcate the vote. So I would suggest first we have a motion then to go ahead and either extend or not extend the parklets for appears to be 30 days. We have a motion to that effect.
I'll make that motion.
All right.
I'll second it.
All right. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, sorry to interject, but could we ask that the motion includes clarification on the length of the extension, the wine tasting parklets, and the wine tasting outdoor space?
Okay. Carrie, you made the motion, so it would be what is the extension? It's 30 days. And what is the clarification on the wine tasting, as is on site only or on their property only, outside? And then what was the third one, Brandon?
So the motion would be to extend the restaurant parklets for 30 days, along with the wine tasting rooms on private space.
Yep. Okay, that is the second.
Does that help, Brandon?
And can I clarify for the record, is this 30 days from September 12th or 30 days from today?
From September 12th.
Thank you.
All righty. A motion and a second. Do we have any other discussion? All right, Ashley, would you call the roll?
Councilmember Barron.
No.
Councilmember Ferlito.
No.
Councilmember Tice.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
Passes 3-2.
All right, and then to the other issue, which is the collection of the fee at $842. I'd support that. Commencing on the 12th, what is it, the 13th? Yeah, I'll make that motion.
I think we need some clarification on the motion. So, so I'll make a motion that the $842 per parklet for restaurants usage, and it would start September 13th, and it would be paid in 30-day increments.
Excellent.
Is it per parklet or per parking space?
Per parking space.
For use of the parking space where their parklet is.
So, Mr. Can I clarify? So, staff's recommended presentation was per parking space. So, if you had one parking space parklet, it was $842. Two would be double that. But certainly, as I mentioned before, the council can go whichever direction they choose.
It would be per parking space. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you for the motion.
Mayor, I had a comment. Would the rent be due on the 13th in advance for the 30 days going forward?
Oh, yeah.
Rent in the front.
Yeah.
Rent in the front, mortgage in the rears.
Okay. Well, I'm just suggesting that be included in the motion.
I have a question. If we're going to review this in 30 days, that's at the next council meeting, is that correct? And if so, why would we collect 30 days in advance when it may end after 30 days?
I have an answer to that. You could end it on October 12th, for example, to round it out to be the 30 days that they paid the rent for.
I've never rented anything though where I got to live there for nothing and pay the rent at the end of the period of time I was using it for. I just rented a house in Massachusetts recently. I paid first, last, and a deposit.
Yeah, you always rent in the front.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So, Ashley, can you restate my motion, please?
I think I've got it all.
Well, I think everybody needs to hear it.
Okay, I'm gonna try. Here's what I have. So the city would like to implement the fee of $842 starting September 13th for the use of the parking spaces that the parklets are on, whether that's one or two. They'll pay for those individual parking stalls, not the parklet as a whole. The rent due will be paid in 30-day increments, and it's to be due upfront. And so the billing process will begin September 13th. Yes?
Thank you.
Everything?
Okay. I have another question on that. Chip, you said how much grace period would you give until the rent is paid?
Well, the beauty of what we have is today's the 7th. So, I mean, there's 5 days before the rent. The 13th is a Monday, so why don't we say close of business on Monday the 13th?
And if it's not paid?
They'll be forced to remove the furniture from the right of way, or we'll remove it.
Thank you for the clarification.
All righty, we have a motion. I'll second it. Any other discussion? Ashley, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Barron.
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito.
Yes.
Councilmember Tice.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you all.
All right, Brandon, what else do we need clarification on?
Mr. Mayor, I believe we have everything we need.
That is a miracle. Thank you. All right, then let's move on to the last order of business for tonight, which is receive an update on the development of paid parking program in Carmel-by-the-Sea. Provide direction to staff on a public outreach survey if desired, on the desire to go ahead with the project as a whole. Brandon, I think this is your item also.
It is, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I'm just pulling up my presentation as I'm killing time saying words out loud. All right. All right. Thank you again. Good evening, Council. Here to talk, give you a report on paid parking and to ask for some direction from City Council. Just a quick overview. We all know this, but paid parking concept has been explored several times in the past, multiple studies dating back to the 50s. Most recently, though, 2002 and 2014. There are certainly potential benefits to the city, including increased revenue and controlling parking issues. The City Council did direct staff to pursue development of a program most recently. And staff has spent that time since then meeting with 3 different professional paid parking companies to do some research. So we'll be reporting on that research tonight. Staff is also seeking a yes or no direction on the option of a public outreach survey as part of our analysis. So we'll get to that towards the end. But just a recap of the council direction prior, April, May of 2021, we received direction to pursue paid parking. We looked at areas including the downtown central commercial district and the Del Mar parking lot. Council gave pretty clear direction to ensure ease of use so that it was usable by as many people as possible, minimizing the visual impacts, which is very important for the village, and then providing regular updates to the council and the public so that everyone felt that they were involved and stayed involved throughout the entire process. As I mentioned, staff has been conducting research. We've met with 3 major companies. And when I say staff, I mean myself and Chief Paul Tomasi. It included site visits. And we talked about various technologies that I'll report on. So as I said, 3 companies. The different technologies that we've been talking to the companies about have to do with bigger topics of vehicle identification, parking payment methods, the equipment type and style, enforcement and tickets, permits, and service costs and agreement structure. There's of course pros and cons to each, and so I want to run through those relatively quickly here. The first area to talk about is vehicle identification systems. This is really where paid parking program starts. You need to be able to identify vehicles when they have gone over their allotted time. So there's 2 main styles that we explored. We did not consider individual meters at each spot. I think we all know the reason why. The 2 main styles are in-ground pucks that are set below the grade of the surface. They emit a signal and they recognize when cars are on top. and license plate recognition. So as I mentioned, pucks sense a vehicle above them. It communicates through a wireless router, and they're placed around town. They have to be every 75 to 100 feet. And so those pucks communicate up to a router. They know when a vehicle's on top of them. The router sends out the information to whoever's up in the office managing the parking. It sends a signal, lets you know someone's gone over time, so you can send someone down there to give them a ticket. So there are pros to this. It's reduced staff time. You're not having to drive around in a parking enforcement vehicle. You get real-time data. You can pull up on a screen and see exactly where there's cars in spaces and where there's open spaces. And you have less overall equipment, technically, because you don't have the license plate recognition equipment driving around in town all day. There are cons too, though. You have additional streetscape clutter. Because of these routers, they have to be mounted to some sort of pole, and they do need to be every 75 to 100 feet. So it does add some clutter to the downtown area. There's limits in the technology for certain vehicles. For example, motorcycles, it's not going to pick up a motorcycle. Some earlier versions of these, they were set off or confused by large vehicles going down the street. It sounds like that technology's been fixed, but there are some technology issues. And then these are freestanding, they're not wired into anything. So you have a battery life issue too, about 5 years, I believe, when they need to be pulled out and replaced. So those are the pucks. The license plate recognition, this is equipment that the city puts on the vehicle. You drive around, the cameras on top and on the sides, they recognize license plates, and they drop a GPS marker to show where cars were. It can send enforcement data via the internet to the same person that's sitting at a desk. It does not use little wireless devices. It uses the internet. The pros are its reliability of the system. We already know what we're dealing with. We have the equipment already on city-owned vehicles, and it integrates with a parking permit system, which is important because we really want to, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, we really want to make sure that a parking program also allows us to provide permits for residents, employees, and perhaps even contractors if we go down that route. But the license plate recognition system allows for integration with the permit system, whereas the puck system, right now, it doesn't seem that there's, sort of like fast pass type of things where it can recognize the car. It's just whether or not there's a car on there, it doesn't tell you whose car it is. So cons, more labor hours. Obviously, you have someone driving around all the time, and you have hardware and equipment maintenance. So with all that in mind, there's obviously more to it, but I don't want to bore everybody. Staff's early preference and early recommendation for this would be to continue to go down the LPR road. The next big stop along the way, someone's parked, we've identified their vehicle, they need to pay. So again, we looked at two main payment methods: smartphone, and you can either go with downloading an app, or there is the ability to just send a text message. So either way, you're using a smartphone. And then there's the physical payment kiosks that we're all familiar with, these multiple slot parking kiosks. One serves maybe 50 spots or something like that. So all three companies that we spoke to recommend a blend of the two methods. None of them recommended going only with a physical kiosk or only with a mobile app, especially if we're starting with no paid parking at all. Really, if you do a blend of the two of them, they all suggested that it would cover the greatest amount of customers. The smartphone app, talking about downloading a mobile app, what you do is you download an app on the phone, you pay via an electronic method with a credit card, Apple Pay, PayPal, something like that. All the apps are slightly different. So the pros are that you can customize an app with a Carmel brand. It can have our city logo, it can have messaging, it can look like Carmel, it can feel like Carmel on the app. It provides additional interface options. You can include, dining notifications or, things that are going on in the city that maybe there's a special event. So you have some communication options with the app. The cons are it requires downloading an app. We all have a lot of apps on our phones, and downloading another one may be difficult for people, or they may not want to do it. It also may create a barrier for less tech savvy visitors. So that takes us to the next smartphone option, the text message. Essentially imagine that you've got a sign on either the parking spot or when you get to the meter that says text park to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're all familiar with that type of thing. It then opens up a way for you to pay. So you don't have to have an app, you just send a text message and then it creates an interface for you right there on the internet. The pros of that, of course, are it's easier to use. You're not downloading an app. And the city actually will have access to phone numbers for people who are parked in the city in the moment. So if, let's say, some emergency happened and we needed to do a reverse 911 to all those phones, we would have those numbers where we could go backwards and then notify people. Of course, as I say that out loud, I'm sure there's several people that already have a fear of data collection by the city. So that is one of the cons. Payment methods continued. Physical kiosks, we all know about these, centrally located. The equipment has continued to decrease in size over the years, so it's easier to hide and make it look more Carmel. The pros of this, ease of use for less tech-savvy visitors. The cons, there are some aesthetic issues, and you have equipment to maintain and replace. Again, staff's early preference or early recommendation is for a hybrid method with the text message, no doing the apps. So hybrid method with a small kiosk and text messages, that's staff's early preference. Enforcement and tickets. This slide and the next one talk about services essentially that we can have. Any parking company that we decide to go with offer services essentially soup to nuts. They can do the whole thing for us. So this is the enforcement and ticket side. They can provide as much or as little as we want, generate citations, manage the payment portal and collections, provide the handheld equipment for people that are doing the actual work, the whole thing. There's some pros that go along with getting the full support. There's less city administrative time, which is great. We've been talking multiple times tonight already about resources, so it frees up more resources. And then when you go with a company that does this professionally on a day-to-day basis, they're going to have new technology that we're going to get access to. The cons, of course, is we're not paying them for this because most of these services, and we would pursue this type of agreement, they just take a percentage of whatever fees you're getting. So it's not that we're paying them, but we get less revenue, which include, and that means there's going to be contract negotiations. So it's a little bit more difficult to set up on the front end, and you don't get as much revenue. But the city has control and has to balance that staff time loss versus revenue. In this case, staff's early preference and recommendation is for full support. Even though we may not make as much revenue, we feel that the value is there using these professional services. That takes me to permits. Similar recommendation here, paid parking program, permit management. This would be for residents, contractors, et cetera. As much or little support as we want. The permit services they provide are working with the city to verify eligibility and talking to these companies. We already have a way that we verify eligibility for our residential parking permits. So they would just use us as a verification. They would say, has this person sent in their power bill or whatever? Can we issue them a permit? They can print or mail permit stickers, window hangers, whatever we decide we want to do. And again, they can manage the payment portal and collections if we charge for residential parking permits or if we don't. Again, pros and cons, full support, same thing as before, less city administrative time, new technology we get to access. The cons, less overall revenue, and we have contract negotiations. Again, here, staff, same recommendation, same preference. We do think that there's a benefit to the full support model. Now, talking about program rollout, this is really something we've talked about a little bit already. After having met with the three companies, we've come to a bit of a recommendation here. Really, there's two approaches or two areas we're looking at doing paid parking. We've got our commercial districts, which is about 11 or 1,200 spaces, and then we've got the Del Mar lot that we talked about earlier. And I just want to circle back to something that we said earlier in the meeting. The Del Mar lot again is where we've seen some potential regulatory issues from the Coastal Commission, and that Coastal Conservancy grant where we might be able to build a boardwalk over to 8th. That is a big mitigation that the Coastal Commission said we would probably have to do something along those lines if we were going to install paid parking down the Del Mar lot, because in their eyes, that is reducing public access by charging for parking. So that they'd be looking for some sort of mitigation, basically. So there's two approaches we can look at: doing the entire city at once, the commercial and Del Mar, or a phased approach, doing commercial first and then working with the Coastal Commission through the regulatory things. Considerations, pros and cons, just like with everything. Citywide rollout allows for a one-time process, potentially more cohesive system. Citywide rollout also would take significant time, though, like I just mentioned about the mitigations that the Coastal Commission will be looking for. A phased approach could get the commercial district growing faster, which would calm the traffic in the area and generate revenue sooner. Phased approach would allow for lessons learned and that additional time to work with the Coastal Commission. So here, our staff early preference is for a phased rollout, starting in all the commercial district first, not just on Ocean, but doing the whole commercial district in one shot. So as I mentioned, that was essentially the report out, and certainly looking for any sort of feedback on that. The one action that we're actually looking for direction on tonight is whether or not to conduct an optional public survey. We know that the success of a program like this relies on two factors. One, understanding and balancing the pros and cons, which I just talked about, But two, and most importantly probably, is public involvement and ultimately the buy-in from the public, meaning the residents and the businesses and every other stakeholder we have here in the village. So there is an option. We could conduct a high-level public survey to get the public involved early and possibly obtain some feedback or new ideas that we haven't thought about. We could take the approach similar to the outdoor seating survey, which was successful, filter it by respondent type. We are seeking yes or no on that from the council. Regardless, though, we will continue to have regular updates at the city council, as we've already discussed. And so there will continue to be a forum for the public to stay involved and stay notified, which is a little bit different than, the outdoor seating survey, where it was such a new concept. We really want to get some public feedback. So this is the city council can go either way on this. We are looking for some direction. So with that, it brings me to my classic slide of what are we doing. City council feedback on the different policy areas that I talked about, or pros and con areas, all listed on the screen here, and whether or not staff should create a public survey. Just real quickly, next steps. Once we get past this stage, we're going to look at actually choosing a business to partner with that can meet our requirements, as we're discussing tonight, developing an actual plan based on the city's need, and then hopefully in short term, coming back to the city council with a really, really specific plan on what the parking program would look like. Images of kiosks, locations of where the parking would be, suggested parking rates, areas of free parking, who's going to get parking permits, what they're going to cost, what they'll look like. So we'll get into some more specifics in the next round. That's our next step. And so with that, I will end my presentation and I'm available for questions.
So Brandon, and I guess this partially to Brian also, the way the agenda is worded tonight, it says receive an update on the development of a paid parking program in the city of Carmel and provide direction to staff on a public outreach survey. It doesn't say anything about selecting or making opinions or registering opinions on all these other complicated topics that Brandon just brought up. Am I correct on that?
That is what the agenda says. You would not be providing any direction that would necessarily harden the program. We're just looking for feedback on our staff's early take on these policy areas. Of course, I'll defer to Brian, but I think we're probably okay just getting feedback, because we are still in the early development stages.
Right. So the answer is you could get that feedback, recognizing you're not making decisions tonight. The only direction that is being asked for is with respect to a public outreach survey, but you certainly are free to have a discussion and express your views. It is on the agenda and it's paid parking program. So if there's anything that was discussed by Brandon in his presentation that you wish to respond to, you can certainly do that.
And Brandon, isn't it intended that these issues would be part of the survey?
Some of them could be. Staff would be looking for topics that the city council might want to see in a survey, if that's where the council chooses to go. Staff would ultimately develop that survey based on what we get tonight, and more high-level questions. Though we're not looking for public input on more policy level stuff. It's just what does the program look like? Where should we start? Things like that. We just want to make sure that our goal is to make sure that the public stays involved. And like I mentioned in my presentation, we're going to have more of these public meetings. So the outreach survey is not a requirement. It's just an option for the city council to consider.
All right, thanks. I appreciate the clarification. Questions for Brandon, council members? Or open it up to the public? All right, why don't I open it up? Is there anybody in the public wishing to talk on this item?
I would like to speak.
You got 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yep.
Thank you. I won't use that much time on this topic. I would just suggest that each and every one of you and anyone left on the call and anyone invited to take a survey about any type of paid parking program, first watch Don't Pave Main Street, Carmel's Heritage. It basically talks about the threatening of modern development patterns in Carmel-by-the-Sea, and you speak of these parking things as they're so matter-of-fact, like they're coming. It's time to slow down. You all run on these platforms. You want to, preserve the heritage and the traditions of town, but yet you keep moving forward and just blasting through with new and more innovative and more modern ideas. And before you know it, Carmel-by-the-Sea is no longer Carmel-by-the-Sea. So please, this has been tried before. It's failed before. It's been tried more than once and failed more than once, and it will fail again. It will have lots of public outcry, which we know you guys don't like, fielding negative calls to your offices. And it's going to take away from that charm that we all love and that the visitors come for. So just forget about it. How about scratch it from the future and revisit it in the year 3000? I mean, this is ridiculous, you guys. Carmel-by-the-Sea is a charming seaside community, a fantasy fairy tale village by the sea, not a place with high-tech parking meters. Give it a breast. Thank you.
For the record, I believe that was Parker Logan speaking.
That's right, it was.
Okay, just making sure. Anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
I'm up, Mayor. Richard Kreitman. So I've worked a lot on this, worked on it 7-8 years ago when we got on it. So let me briefly. In the 21st century, really the only thing I believe you should be looking at is a pavement sensor system, the pucks that Brendan talked about. We have cameras on the parking enforcement vehicles. We might ask Mr. Chief Tomasi why they don't use them. They use the chalk. Enforcement, one of the professional parking consultants who I believe Brandon spoke with, our current enforcement, that is the percentage of violators that get tickets in this town are probably between less than 10%, which is typical on a drive around system, probably less than 5%. With a street sensor system, it goes up to 90% because you can't get away with anything. If you're parked in a space, somebody should be paying. Regarding permit integration, that system, these systems can take account of the permit if you have pucks and you're using either an app or you're going to a kiosk, you just enter your permit number if you have a permit. The flexibility of these systems is tremendous. You can, and the other thing is almost nobody ever gets a ticket. If a resident gets in a place and let's say we have 2 hours of free parking and it knows who we are, if we overstay our time, we just start getting charged the going rate. And the brilliance of these systems is as soon as someone drives away, the system stops charging them. So you're charged for as long as you're in the space. When you leave, it's automatic. The town becomes almost an automated parking garage. Very few people, once people know that Carmel enforces its parking rules, very few people are going to just ignore it. And those who do, the system will send enforcement right to that spot without any wasted time. I believe, and I've looked at it, I believe we'd save 2 full positions if you really want to enforce paid parking. You also have flexibility in pricing. You have surge pricing. Depending on how rapacious we want to get, I mean, during car week on Ocean Avenue, $10 an hour. On a regular day, maybe it's $2 an hour. You have all sorts of flexibility on charging. The other thing is these systems direct people to the streets where parking is available. They are tremendously successful in reducing the flow of cars around a community because with color-coded maps, they say that street has 95% capacity or 3% capacity, don't go there. And so it does that also.
That's it, Richard.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Anybody else? Ashley, what do you think?
I'm not seeing any hands raised or anybody making a move to unmute, Mr. Mayor. I think we can close public comment.
All righty, I'll close the public comment period, bring it back to council for discussion and direction. Council? Jeff?
Thank you, Dave. First, I had a question for staff. You mentioned in your presentation, by the way, which we did not get emailed in advance, the fact that there were 1,153 downtown parking spots. But I think when we had talked about this, the last time we talked about it, we had talked about creating sort of a central zone where there was parking and a surrounding non-central zone where the parking would be free. I mean, I think the last thing we wanted to do was sort of push people out into the surrounding residential area if we didn't have to. And I was wondering if you had thought about how many actual paid parking spots there would be downtown, or whether we just hadn't gotten to that point yet.
Yeah, and Chief Tomasi may want to weigh in a little bit on this too. But I think the short answer to your question is we haven't gotten quite that far yet. And those 1,143 are spread out. I'm looking up here because that's where I keep my city zoning map at, but it's not spread out in a clear sort of box. It's kind of, parceled out. So there would be areas for free parking in and around, but that's certainly something we would want to consider as part of that, is where would the free parking be? Because we don't, as you put it, don't want to drive people completely out of the central commercial district. But I'll let Chief Tomasi weigh in on that if he wants to.
Maybe he's,
Thank you. So in 2014, when we did the paid parking pilot program, we did create free parking on the outside of the central or the business district. It was along Junipero, and also the north lot of Sunset Center was made entirely free. So people had an option to park for free, and that was also for the employees as well. We have maintained the north lot as free parking, and Junipero from Ocean Avenue up to up to the 5th went back to timed parking. So we did a little bit of both. We kept it free. We put some back to the 2-hour time limits. Also, when we did this in 2014, we doubled up the 30-minute zones downtown. So to allow for more limited time parking for people just to do pickups and things like that. So we did a lot of things back in 2014 to help people with limited time parking. We haven't got that far with this program as what we're trying to develop. I think what Brandon's looking for and what we're kind of looking for is a pulse of the community. Does the community want this? Do they support this? Because that was the one thing that killed this program in 2014, was a real uprising by this community as to not wanting paid parking. And it will be a lot of work, and we just want to make sure we have clear direction from council. So
thank you for that comment. Before I make the rest of my comments, just so I don't forget, on the subject of the survey, Brandon said that Brandon was talking about public buy-in in the survey, and my comment is that doing a survey doesn't get public buy-in. Doing a survey gets public temperature. And if our problem is buy-in, which I think is what the chief just suggested, that there was an uprising in 2014 and all that, doing a survey is not the way to do it. I think the way to do it is with outreach to community groups. It's to play a ground game. And I think that that's really important. And I think that we as sort of, the city council and the leaders, everybody on the screen that I see, well, maybe with the exception of Richard Kreitman, who's relaxing in his chair, we're the people that should be doing the outreach to the community. And I'm happy to take that on because I think that this is an important project. And I think, a lot of us have talked about raising money for the city, and I think that that's a good goal. But one of the remarks that I always make is that during that 2014 project, the failed project, walking on Ocean Avenue was just astounding. To not have cars circling on Ocean Avenue, even though most of the parking was free, it's a completely different feel. And using parking fees not only to raise money, but to manage the traffic and to manage the flow of cars around town is just a really exciting opportunity. And I think that, any gross perusal of articles on parking and the high cost of free parking, Brandon, which I know we've talked about, demonstrates that. But I think that is an idea that needs to be sold to everybody. And I think, and I don't think that doing a survey is particularly the way to do it. On the rest of the matters, which Brandon had in the staff report, this really wordy staff report with single-space staff report that was then in the presentation, the very fast presentation. Thank you very much, Brandon. I don't feel like I personally am qualified to, at this point, to make decisions about whether we should have pucks or license plate readers or what the format of the park, what the structure of the parking would be. Richard Kreitman, before I chased him off, was remarking about the attractiveness of the sort of the flexible rates, the way that we can sort of structure our parking program. And that is very appealing to me, but I don't know what the answer is. And I don't feel like I'm qualified to even give you any advice at this point. I would hope that staff would engage the consultant or the parking company to see what has worked in other communities like ours, with a very heavily trafficked downtown core and a lot of circling for parking, which is what we have, to try and suggest a solution to the council, and then we would just go with that. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Jeff. Anybody else? Karen?
Yes, this weekend was particularly bad on the parking for some reason. There were people shouting at our parking enforcement person as to where can I park? They were stopped beside her yelling at her. I tend to think that we're a little ahead of the game in that if we're really going to entertain the thought of enhanced outdoor dining and pop-outs to accommodate that possibly, or one-way streets or pedestrian streets or some of the other things that we're talking about, that is going to in itself be a big difference in our downtown, and it may actually really impact the parking. One of the things I've noticed is that by having our cars parked right up to the edge of each street, it makes it hard to see around the corner and see the streets. We may want to, over the next period of time as we study this, because enhanced outdoor dining has actually brought a lot of this up, really kind of rethink some of our streets a little bit. And if we get ahead into some very sophisticated thing with lots of pucks in the street, we may be just a little bit, too premature, depending on what we actually analyze our traffic and our parking situation to be. In many cases, parking is only a problem sometimes during the day, like you were talking about peak parking and so on. But how do our visitors drive down Ocean Avenue and actually get directed to places where they can park without going straight down Ocean Avenue and creating the problem? That's also part of this whole analysis that we need to do. Is there a better way to direct them right away when they enter town? Is there, I just think parking is one part of the congestion.
All right. Karen, is that it?
Yeah.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Carrie, sorry.
Thank you. First of all, Chief, I think we need to rephrase, it was not a failed program. In 2014, it was working, as Jeff pointed out. It wasn't a failed program. It came up with some public disagreement of what kiosks should look like and not having kiosks, but the actual parking test was working. So, I think we have to count our words here. In terms of what Karen's saying, part of a more sophisticated parking program is it tells you where places are to park, so you're not driving around. which reduces congestion and helps with not having cars circling as much. So I appreciate Jeff's comment because I agree about a survey. It gets a pulse of what people are thinking, but it really, I think part of what the parking solution is communicating what the options are, and that, you know, it doesn't have to change Main Street. It has to do with planning and minimizing congestion, in addition to maybe also having some added income. I like the phased approach. I like the idea of using the equipment we have now for a parking, to start parking in the commercial district. And like everything else, especially with technology, if this program begins, it's going to evolve. Just because we use license plate recognition now doesn't mean we're going to end up that way. But, you know, once again, can we use what we have now to start implementing something that would be beneficial? I'd hate to see, surveys, as you know, Brandon, they take time. You have to data crunch them. Maybe there's another way of getting the word out rather than a survey. So I'm not really sold on the survey part. We had a survey for the parklets, and it wasn't 60% of the residents liked the program. What did that get us at this point? I'm not sure. I don't know. Some people, I think I appreciate that the staff is learning about this. I think we need to continue going down this road because a paid parking program, it's not just about kiosks. It's really about congestion and minimizing that congestion. So it's multi-phased. I think that's the communication we need to see here. In addition to an income source.
Thanks, Carrie. Bobby?
No, I think everything has been said. I think we do have to, it's that circling. I'm convinced it's the circling, people looking for parking spaces that causes the congestion. So. But I have to say, the survey that we did take for that, what we ad hoc, was strictly for outdoor dining in the future, not now.
Okay, so if I could get some, Karen, yes. Karen, you made
One more thing. I do think it's very important, wherever we go with this, that there be a good reason of why we're doing it. And so that if it could be that the parking fees will support cleaning up down at the beach, or the parking fees will support beautification downtown, I think, that could be a good selling point, so that it's not just parking fees for parking fees, that there's a purpose behind those fees, in addition to congestion and, managing direction of traffic and so on. But that it maybe has a dedicated purpose.
Not just a mercenary approach. That's a good comment, Karen. So anyway, I'm getting the feeling that we're not supporting the survey at this time. I'm also getting the feeling, though, that we do want to proceed ahead with some public outreach on this topic and make this a priority. Am I correct in that, guys? Jeff?
I would just ask, to Dave's point, Brandon, I would just ask staff, what do you need from us at this point? You've gotten a thumbs up. Like, what does it look like now?
No, I think, thank you, Councilmember Barron. That's an excellent question. I think staff has what we need. I hear you, and I actually tend to agree with you after all this conversation that a public survey may not be the way to go, just be taking a temperature. If we really want to get into the public and make sure that there's an understanding, the surveys do lack sometimes an understanding of what the program is. So if we actually start having some outreach meetings to the community groups to have some conversations, that's a very good next step. So from what I've seen from the heads going up and down, staff will continue to research this, working with the professional companies, maybe even zeroing in on one that we want to work with, and then also do some on the ground conversations with community groups and get some more feedback from that level.
All right, I think we concur. Do we have concurrence on this, guys? Yes? All right, good. All righty, well, if we're content with that, then that would conclude our actions for tonight. Future agendas items, does there anybody want anything specifically on that at this time? We seem to be able to fill up the agendas fairly well without any specific direction from council, so I think we're good there. We do stand adjourned tonight in memory of, I believe, Richard Stacker. Am I correct on that, Chip?
Robert Staker.
Robert Staker, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joel's father, most appropriate. All right, thank you guys for all the hard work. I appreciate it. Thank you. Members of the public, Karen, what is it?
Mayor, I had a question. I might have missed it. What was the decision on the closed session? Is that going to be another day to finish the closed sessions?
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm thinking maybe another day. What do you guys think?
That's fine, Mr. Mayor. I can poll you tomorrow. Maybe we do. We have Visit Carmel on Thursday afternoon, but maybe late in the afternoon and Thursday afternoon, because Councilmember Ferlito has AMBAG tomorrow night.
Thursday afternoon, I'm like, yeah.
I'm sorry. Thursday would not work for me. I have an all-day meeting at Waste Management, and I should be out by 5:30, but there's no way I could do anything before 6.
Okay, Council, I'll poll you for early next week, or maybe we try next Tuesday at 4:30 or something. So I'll poll you tomorrow. Yep. And we'll continue the two items that we didn't get to. Mr. Pierrick, those were items C and D on the closed session, or 3 and 4.
That's right.
Brian, thanks for that clarification. I appreciate it. All right, anything else for the good of the order? All right, guys, we stand adjourned. Thanks again for your patience here.
Thank
Do
you.
a little bit of thought process and the hard work. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor.